Goodness gracious. Oh. Morning, David. Good morning, everyone. We are live, David, just so you know, and don't say anything inappropriate about our Twitch viewers like you usually do right before I go live.
Right. Right. Yep, that's me.
That was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed that, everybody. Don't know about you, but I sure did.
Funny thing, there are times that Mark puts us on live and we sit here for 2-3 minutes and we don't even speak to each other. Never mind about anybody else.
So I have a notebook in front of me.
Okay.
At all times. And mainly it just is where the mouse sits because it doesn't work as well on this tabletop as it does on a piece of paper.
Okay.
But I also use that piece of paper if I feel that we have a segment that's best of worthy. I write it down right after so I don't forget the date, the time, and what we talked about.
Right.
And I have 522, 9. Earnhardt. That was our Earnhardt interview. You know, that's a little timeless. That can go on anytime. And then I have 528, 721, hate and food. 529, 7 p.m., poo.
Pretty much covers it, Miller and Moulton.
Yep. Earnhardt, hate, food, and poo.
It's a very versatile show.
We missed the poll question yesterday. Again.
And we can't do it today?
We could. It's just it's hockey-esque. But it's, do you agree with Paul Maurice? Should the coaches stay out of the handshake line? That's an easy one to me, but I don't know if it's a day late, David.
Probably.
Because it was timely yesterday. And we screwed up.
Yeah, we've had two in Jacksonville. We've had two pretty big storms the last 2 days during, typical rainy season stuff.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. It's our final show of May. Man, the season is just moving along. Hope you've had a good week. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. How's your week been, Mark?
My week has been pretty good, with the exception of, and I don't, I did something to my back. I'm actually going to the doctor today. I have never had any type of soreness long-term in my life. I am close to DNP old, if you know what I mean.
Oh, Tim Duncan.
Going Tim Duncan. Right. And it is something that when you just move, and I felt great this morning, best I've felt all week. I'm like, wow, back doesn't really hurt that badly. And right before the show, I kind of moved my body up in the chair ever so slightly, and I went, ah! And I feel for everybody who has had back problems. I feel for athletes who struggle, because it's the one when I worked in hockey, and I'm guessing it's this way in any sport. When a guy has a bad back and says, my back hurts and I can't play, coaches think he's dogging it during the regular season, particularly in hockey. And I worked in minor league hockey as a broadcaster for over a decade. And I remember players who had bad backs and just couldn't go sometimes. And they were thought by the coaching staff, by management, as guys who were dogging it. And it's just one of those things you can't control. So I feel for all those guys that I probably, because of management, thought guys were dogging it, and they may never have been dogging it.
Like you, thankfully, I've never had a back injury. I just remembered the Mario Lemieux story where he bent over to tie his skates literally minutes before the game. They had done the, pregame skate and everything. And he had been healthy for weeks and was playing really well, and bent over to tie his skates and was out 6 to 8 weeks. And that's a person with a bad back. And it just happens. So hopefully it's just a muscle thing. Hopefully a couple massages can rub it out and what have you. Maybe an anti-inflammatory, but
I didn't even think of rubbing it out and see if that would help. Maybe I'll do that after the show.
You're back, Mark.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You're back. Okay. Miller and Moulton off to a flying start. Hey, how about the magic numbers?
Give us some magic numbers.
90 and 97. 13 weeks yesterday, college football season kicks off in earnest. 14 weeks yesterday, NFL season kicks off in earnest. It's funny. Some networks released some early season scheduling in college football yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, but CBS officially announced these are our first 4 games of the year. Andy Staples of On 3 sees the CBS schedule, which, and I'm going to do this off the top of my head, I believe is Nevada at Penn State.
Ooh.
It's Oklahoma State at Oregon.
Oh, boy.
It's,
That's the good one, I think.
I'm sorry, what?
That might be the good one, the Oklahoma State-Oregon game.
It's USC at Purdue, and it's Michigan at Nebraska.
All right. I would rank that Michigan, Nebraska 1, Oregon, Oklahoma State 2, and then the other 2 you can. Okay. Yeah, I guess the Purdue USC game, because it's conference, would go 3 before. What was the other one? Nevada and Penn State?
Our opener's Nevada at Penn State.
Can't wait for that.
Well, and so Andy Staples from On 3 gets the CBS release and tweets it out with underneath writing, "No wonder Gary's quitting."
Yeah. No kidding.
But we did talk about this, that the Big Ten's early season non-conference scheduling as a whole is very subpar.
There's the biggest game I can recall off the top of my head, and if there's a bigger one, I apologize to you and your. Well, Ohio State, Texas is a monster.
Right.
That's week 1. That's in Columbus. The next big game is probably Michigan at Oklahoma, but that's not a Big Ten game because it's at the SEC school.
Right. But at least it's a good game.
No, okay. There's not a lot of greatness of the Big Ten non-conference schedule.
No. There's a lot of scheduling of wins, quite frankly. I did not realize this until yesterday, because college football has been in the news a lot this week. The SEC media days following the Big Ten media days, and all the talk about what's the playoff system we're going to agree to, and will the SEC go from 8 to 9 conference games, and will the other conferences vote along with the SEC if they don't go to 9 conference games, blah, blah, blah. I did not realize. I knew they didn't necessarily take it into consideration, but I thought it was actually listed as one of the criteria. Do you know strength of schedule is not listed as one of the criteria that the College Football Playoff Committee should consider? So there is literally in writing right now no incentive to play good non-conference games. Don't you think that's an oversight? Don't you think that should be corrected?
It's a huge oversight. And it's a different group, but people in college football yesterday fixed another huge oversight in the college football world, one that's near and dear to your heart, David.
It is.
Because Mike Leach is finally going to get into the College Football Hall of Fame. Because they lowered the standard. You had to have a 600 winning percentage. Mike Leach had a 596 winning percentage.
Correct.
So they lowered the standard to 595. Basically, so Mike Leach can get into the College Football Hall of Fame.
Now, they could have just agreed to round up.
Yes.
But they formally moved the winning percentage down to 595, and this way Mike Leach qualifies. And I believe in 2 years, Mike Leach will get into, posthumously, obviously, get into the College Football Hall of Fame.
Now, one has nothing to do with the other, but it took them a little while to fix this error. I would hope that is an oversight that's fixed quickly, but it proves the point that these ADs are talking about, and Greg Sankey not wanting to schedule 9 games in conference. Why? It doesn't benefit the conference. It doesn't benefit his member teams. They don't care about strength of schedule. They care about W's.
And where Connor O'Gara told us yesterday from Saturday Down South on this show is turning out to be correct, at least if the reports late yesterday afternoon and evening are correct, that the model that is now gaining steam to be the playoff format going forward is the 5+11 format. Top 5 conference champions get automatic spots, and with it, $8 million paydays. Thank you very much. Even if they're seeded 10, 12, 15, whatever the case may be, if you're one of the top 5 conference champions, you get your $8 million payday and a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. So even if you're someone like Clemson last year who didn't finish as one of the top 16 seeds, you're the ACC champion. It doesn't matter if you win. But and then 11 at-large spots go to, well, wherever. And if that means SEC gets 6 one year, the Big Ten gets 3, or, the Big 12 only gets 1, I'll give Big 12 Commissioner Yormark credit. He came out yesterday and said, we're in favor of the 5+11. We're in favor of merit. Got no problem earning the bids. Let's go. Oh, okay. Good for you. They also came out and said that they're not going to accept any private equity money, and apparently the name of the conference is no longer up for bid. It's going to remain the Big 12. It's not going to be, the Aquashave Big 12 or whatever.
Well, I will say the first part of that's a bigger one, though. We've been kind of not tiptoeing. We've talked about the private equity. And to be brutally honest, Miller and Moulton have never really understood what private equity gets out of buying into the conference.
Nope.
But where do they make their money? We understood the conference is wanting their money.
Sure. But, do you purchase 10% of the Big 12? If so, how do you sell it?
And what's it worth? And who do you sell it to? So we never really understood that. And it sounds like the Big 12 did their due diligence, because this has been out there with that conference for at least a year, David.
Yes.
Maybe longer.
So some of what's gone on this week in college football, 21,000 is the text line. Interested in your thoughts, the playoff format that you would prefer to see. Also, whether or not you think the SEC should be playing 9 conference games. Whether you're an SEC fan, you just want to see more quality games, or you're a fan of another conference and you're like, well, yeah, we all need to be on the same playing field. Which, by the way, would force the issue with the ACC too, wouldn't it?
You would think.
Because I think they're still at 8.
But we now have one final set. The other sport will take a little longer. The Knicks took care of business at home last night with a great performance. They shot the ball extremely well, jumped on the Pacers early, and never really let their foot off the gas. Pacers got close a couple of times, got it to within 10, and then the Knicks pretty much armbarred them throughout the game. And Edmonton took it to Dallas early, forcing a goaltender change, taking out their number one goaltender after 2 shots and 2 goals. And we've got a rematch in the Stanley Cup final between the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers.
We're going to talk a little bit about that goaltender change. Okay, don't want to get too nooks and crannies about it, but every now and then a coach does something and it comes back to not just bite them for a game. It comes back to bite them. And I wonder if such an instance occurred last night in Dallas. There's a very interesting sideline report, if you will, from Emily Kaplan at the beginning of the second period after the goalie switch a few minutes into the game. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away. Thanks so much for being with us.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Arch, I'm not. What is it? What game are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
Because they don't. You're saying Ohio State and Georgia. What win?
Different sport.
I mean, are you talking about? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it a completely different sport? Because they don't play in football, so I don't know what it is you're talking about there, Arch. And David, I did not see Emily's report. Did not hear Emily's report. So what did she say?
Emily's report basically was asked Ottinger and asked a couple of the guys, and they all basically said, yeah, that's a Pete DeBoer thing. And Emily was like, it doesn't seem to be going over well. Well, go Raiders. The reason why I think he's in trouble, and I'll say it in a few minutes, is they're stuck. And what's an easy thing to do? Now, it's absurd to get rid of a coach who's taken you to 3 straight conference finals, but they also seem stuck. The other thing is, Robertson finally got it going late in the series, but their secondary scoring was non-existent. Their scoring was
I
non-existent.
was going to say their scoring was non-existent. They had 1 period.
And
in the
so
series. So it wasn't secondary scoring. It was all their scoring. Ratnan didn't score. Robinson didn't score. Ben didn't get anything.
By the way,
Johnson
is Tyler Seguin still in the league? My goodness, was he invisible.
he had the breakaway goal, and that was about it.
And by the way, did you hear about the fallout in Carolina also? Because I will say, when I was watching the handshake line, and I'm like, oh, there's Taylor Hall. And I thought to myself, man, did he get hurt tonight? He hardly played. No, he just got benched. It's not often a second line guy gets sat for like the last half of the game. Never mind game 5 of the conference final. I thought DeBoer was going to go back to Ottinger at the start of the third.
I thought he might go back to him at the start of the second, David. I thought it was spark the team, and they made it 3-1, after giving up that quick third goal. I'm like, maybe he goes back. And when he didn't, I was like, all right.
And for some reason, I thought, because the backup goalie looked shaky to me, and I'm thinking, although, you can't blame him on a McDavid breakaway because it was Connor McDavid. But I'm thinking, maybe he puts Ottinger back in. Boy, Edmonton got some bounces last night.
Now I don't know how to ban people from YouTube, but Adam, go away. I'll figure out a way to ban you. Don't worry. Oh, absolutely, Ambient. I think the Avs were. I mean, the Avs and Dallas were incredibly equal. So last year, my son, while inebriated late in the playoffs, thought they found a glitch in betting on Florida and or Edmonton to win the thing. So he bet it. Turns out it was for next year. He bet a future during last year's final. Hit on both teams.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting 5 in a little more than 15 minutes time. Pat Kerwin scheduled to join us once again. Does that make this a Football Friday? Not necessarily, although there is some news. And we'll get to it in a bit. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So, not to bore people with the nooks and crannies of Edmonton-Dallas Western Conference Finals hockey talk, but very interesting coaching decision last night.
And one that shocked everybody. The announcers, the crowd, and most importantly, the Dallas Stars, and actually even more importantly, the goaltender Ottinger, who was pulled. Because after the timeout, That made it 2-0. Edmonton makes it 2-0. DeBoer calls a timeout. Edmonton has 2 goals on 2 shots through, 7 minutes of the game.
Both goals, by the way, guys wide open in front. Okay, I think you got to blame the defense more than you blame the goalie.
And I had no problem with him burning his timeout right there at all. You got to stop this, right? You got to figure out why your team is not at all ready for this game.
Right. Why are guys left skating in, wide open or left wide open directly in front of the goal? Seems to be in an area to defend. They
show DeBoer. He's reasonably animated, not crazy, but he's animated with his team. You can see him kind of using both hands and slapping the back of his hand onto the palm of his other. And he finishes. And Ottinger goes to skate back to the net. And he obviously yells at him and kind of gives him the hook. And Ottinger didn't really even respond to that.
Right. You talking to me?
And he said it again. And he's like, come on, let's go. And he changed goalies. And Ottinger went right to the locker room. Didn't stop at the bench and sit where the backup goaltender sits. He went to the locker room. He was upset.
He's a top 5 goalie in the league. Wouldn't you say consistently the last few years, top 5 goalie?
Top 5, top 7, but yeah, right there.
Yeah, he's a very good goalie.
He's an upper echelon goalie in the league.
Yeah.
Most teams would be very happy to have him as their number 1.
Right.
I'm not talking to you, Florida or Tampa, but there are a lot of others that would.
I mean, quite frankly, he's regarded as a better goalie than the guy who was in between the pipes for Edmonton, even though it's the second year in a row in the playoffs. The guy in between the pipes for Edmonton's a winning goalie. But yeah, so the coach pulls the goalie, and the goalie ain't happy. And apparently the team is baffled because there's a report by Emily Kaplan at the start of the second period in which she's like, well, everybody I talked to is kind of like, that's a Pete DeBoer thing.
You do this in January after you've lost 2-3 games in a row and you're ticked off about the way the team is playing and you want to send a message. I get it. But when your ace is left to hang out to dry for 2 goals, and then you pull him in the playoffs in an elimination game, is a whole nother story.
So I thought he was going to put Ottinger back in. I thought he was going to do it at the beginning of the third period the way it had played out. It was 4-2 going to the third, and I thought, well, listen, the backup goalie, I don't know. He seems shaky to me. He's always down on his knees and kind of sliding all over the crease. I mean, just listen, put Ottinger back in there. Let's, you did your thing. You made your move. You called your timeout. You benched the goalie. You've done everything you could. The team's skating a little better. Put Ottinger back in, all right? He's the better goalie, for goodness sakes, even if he's now angry at you. And when he didn't do it, I went, I'll be damned.
And David, I thought he was going to do it at the start of the second at 3-1 because he gave up a rather sloppy goal to make it 3-0.
He did.
A lot of rebounds. Again, not a lot of help in front.
No.
But a lot of rebounds. And then they actually make it 3-1. The period ends. They're down 2. We have a game. I thought he would do it then. And you can't blame him for the fourth goal either. It was McDavid on a damn breakaway.
Exactly.
This just in, he's pretty good.
Yeah, just
third all time in points per game in the playoffs. He's trailing 2 guys you may have heard of, Mario Lemieux and Wayne Gretzky.
Right.
Just saying.
That's pretty good company. It really is. Listen, he's fast when the defenseman is trying to commit the penalty to prevent the breakaway. He's trying to hook him. He's trying to trip him. He'd really like to tackle him and take the risk that he gets a penalty shot, but he can't catch him.
I really thought as McDavid was breaking away, in my head, David, I'm watching, we're going to get a penalty shot. I thought there's no way he's going to let him get a shot off here. You've got to pull him down.
And he wasn't.
He couldn't do it.
I'm with you. At center ice, I'm like, well, we're going to get something here because they ain't going to let him come in on a breakaway. Holy blank, he's 2 strides ahead of him. He's in on a breakaway. Right. So And I just throw this out there, like, I forget who the hockey writer was. I think it was Friedman who sent out a post, or no, it was John Buccigross, actually, who sent out the post last night, and it was Patrick Waugh staring at Mario Tremblay when he was finally pulled from the game after giving up 9 goals. And as he walked by Tremblay and he glared at him, and then he famously said to the president of the Canadiens, who was sitting right behind the bench, "I've played my last game here." And he went into the locker room, and sure enough, it was the last game he ever played for the Montreal Canadiens. And he got traded a few days later to Colorado. And they proceeded to win a couple cups because it helped to have him in between the pipes. And I just wondered, if you're Dallas, you're in a tough spot here. You're good. I mean, you've made 3 straight conference finals. You're good. But you're not good enough. And the GM has systematically built this roster. They've made some big trades the last couple of years. I don't know how much more capital they have to spend to upgrade the roster. So, Mark, what do they often do in all sports, but particularly hockey?
They fire the coach and get a new one.
We just need a new voice. Okay. Hey, he did a great job, but we need to go further. And it sounds absurd to take a team to 3 straight conference finals and get fired. But when you have an incident like that with your number 1 goalie, with other players on the team also questioning it, and then you can't get over the proverbial hump, I wonder if DeBoer is going to get fired.
And he's now lost 6 conference finals in the last 7 years. San Jose, 2 in Vegas, 3 in Dallas.
He's really good, though. I mean,
Yes.
he took New Jersey to a cup in 2012, and that was his first coaching job. I mean, he's what have we talked about? 9-0 in Game 7s. I mean, it's not like he can't coach. But anyway, just wondered as it was playing out the way it was. I'm like, is this gonna ultimately cost him his job?
Well, and look at, as you mentioned before, and I know people here don't care about the Dallas Stars, but
No.
we got a good text here. Said that's like benching your QB for 2 picks that bounced off his receiver's hands.
No doubt.
That's a great football analogy.
That's, to me, that's like the pitcher who gives up 2 321-foot homers at Yankee Stadium, where the only stadium in the league in which they beat homers was down the right field line at Yankee Stadium or just inside the pesky pole at Fenway. And you're like going to pull your ace in the first inning because he gave up the cheapest home run in Major League Baseball?
Miller and Moulton. We will make it somewhat a football Friday because we'll always find a way to get football into the show. And Pat Kerwin joins us at 8 o'clock to do just that. We've got the coolest thing that I've seen today that I'll have to figure out what the hell that is. I've got a couple of nominees right now. Got to narrow it down.
Okay.
And the starting 5. That's coming up next. Miller and Moulton, the text line, 21,000. Join us, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What are you thinking for a poll question, David?
Can you give me 5 seconds?
Sure,
And
I can
then-
as much as you want. Dude.
I didn't see this quote, but after the game, did you see what DeBoer said? I didn't blame it all on Jake, but the reality is, if you go back to last year's playoffs, he's lost 6 of 7 to Edmonton, and we give up 2 goals on 2 shots in an elimination game. That's a pretty big sample size. Holy blank. Okay. Poll question.
God, if that's real, that's great. Hockey women are the best. Could be wrong, but they're showing a picture of Edmonton all around the trophy there, and there's a woman behind them flashing the picture.
Yeah, he ain't going to be back as coach. Okay, poll question. We should probably wait till next week to ask our Stanley Cup final. And
Yes.
yeah. Want to ask something about the Dolphins? Apparently now they're going to trade Jonnu Smith along with Jalen Ramsey. And do we come up with, they're getting rid of the disgruntled or want new contract guys? Unfortunately, they're some of their best players. Mark, for you, we could ask how many games are the Denver Broncos going to win this year?
0, 1, 2, or 3.
I thought you'd find that funny.
See, yeah, I will say, Irish, for the Denver Broncos, for you, you make me hate that team, and I've never had a feeling about them because you just stuff it down our throat every goddamn day. Ambient, for you, I want them to win a Super Bowl. It's the God's honest truth.
How about Chris Sale became the fastest to record 2,500 strikeouts last night Is he a
That's my
Hall of
coolest
Famer?
day.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, either of those are fine. I don't know.
Right. I'm just throwing possibilities out
Yeah,
there. The College Football Hall of Fame lowered its winning percentage requirement from 600 to 595 to put Mike Leach in the Hall of Fame. Do you agree?
I like that one the best.
Okay.
I like that one, or go back to the Maurice's handshake one, but that could be a day late. And it's hockey centric, and I don't know if that works.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kerwin will join us at the top of our 8 a.m. Eastern hour here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers are 90 and 97. 90 days away from that Thursday before Labor Day that kicks off the college football season in earnest with 16 games, including South Florida hosting Boise, UCF in action. And 97 days away, 14 weeks yesterday, Eagles hosting the Cowboys. Let's get this party started.
28 days, too. That's the other magic number.
Oh, here we go. Mark, what number is 28?
Till my vacation.
I think all of you, by the way, who have your vacations planned should start using our number system in life. I think you should just start walking up to people and going, how you doing today? Okay. Yeah. By the way, today's magic number is 17. Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah. 17 days till I'm going on vacation. I don't have to see your face for a while. I'm sick of it. Okay. Peter DeBoer, no need to go there.
This vacation may be longer.
My guess is it'll happen in less time, okay, than it takes for you to go on vacation. That's for sure. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, we'll start with hockey. As we mentioned, Edmonton back in the finals. They took care of Dallas in 5 games, which I think was a surprise to most everyone that thought this series would go at least 6. Oilers, 6-3. They scored the first 2 goals on 2 shots. Dallas's coach called timeout and pulled his starting goalie, who I think is a finalist for the Vezina, which is top goalie in the league. Edmonton scored like 18 seconds later. Well, about 3 minutes later on a very weak shot. So Edmonton was up 3-0. Dallas cut it to 3-2. Edmonton scored on a McDavid breakaway 4-2. Dallas cut it to 4-3. Only to have Edmonton score the final 2, including an empty netter with 10 seconds to go. Oilers 6-3 over Dallas. 6 different goal scorers. McDavid with a goal and an assist. And for as much as things change, they also stay the same. Edmonton and Florida, a Stanley Cup Finals rematch. Haven't had one since 08-09, Detroit-Pittsburgh. And then before that, you got to go to Edmonton and the Islanders in the mid-'80s. What is interesting of note, both teams who lost the first time around came back and won the rematch. Edmonton lost to the Islanders in 83, beat them in 84. Pittsburgh lost to Detroit in 08, beat them in 09. The series is a betting toss-up, Mark. Right now, it is a flip of the coin if you want to bet it.
I was just going to say, back to the DeBoer thing quickly. He's entering the final year of his contract. Ottinger signed through 2033. If you want to know how this is going to play out, everybody, just tell it.
Also, DeBoer was quoted after the match as saying, I'm not blaming it on Jake Although he has lost 6 of his last 7 to Edmonton, and he did give up 2 goals on the first 2 shots in an elimination game.
That's
So-
a pretty big sample size. That's how we finished it.
Right. He is not going to be the coach of the. In fact, does he make it to game 1 of the finals on Wednesday? What happens first? Florida and Edmonton play game 1 of the finals on Wednesday, or Peter DeBoer is fired as head coach of the Stars?
I think it'll take a little longer for DeBoer, but I don't know if he makes the series, if you know what I mean.
Game 1 Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, Edmonton with home ice this year, 2-2-1-1-1. TNT, your home of the Stanley Cup Finals, beginning Wednesday. For what it's worth, Florida, a beautiful 8-2 on the road in the playoffs, but Edmonton, a beautiful 6-1 at home. So something's got to give with Edmonton having home ice. NBA, the finals are not set yet. Oklahoma City's going to have to wait a little longer. But it really doesn't matter because they know game 1 of the finals starts next Thursday. And it would have started next Thursday even if Indiana had won last night. And it doesn't matter if Indiana wins in 6 or the series goes 7. Knicks, by the way, played their best game of the series. 111-94. They beat the Pacers. They led by 4 after 1, by 11 at the half, and by 17 after 3. Knicks shot 49%. Brunson with 32. Karl Anthony Towns with 24 points and 13 rebounds. He went with the big lineup. I think he did it because he was tired, Thibodeau was, of Siakam beating him. And Mitchell Robinson can defend just about anybody in the league who's not a quick point guard. He is an elite 7-foot defender. Can defend small forwards, power forwards, centers. And Thibodeau put him in the starting lineup with Karl Anthony Towns. And defensively, the Knicks had their best game of the series. Lyle's a Hall of Fame caliber coach for Indiana, and he'll make some adjustments, and Indiana will play better. Pacers are a 3.5-point favorite at home, Mark, Saturday. 3.5 points Saturday, 8 o'clock on TNT. Chuck, Shaq, and the boys get at least one more game on TNT. That show is moving to ESPN, by the way. It's just
boy, oh boy, did Shaq let everybody at ESPN know yesterday they're coming.
They're coming.
They spent 4 minutes during that show of Shaq basically saying, we're coming and we're going to kick ass and take names. And they didn't let up literally for 3 minutes.
No, they didn't.
That's as aggressive as I purposefully watched the pregame of that just to see what they would say. And then when the Knicks won, I know I've got another game. I want to see their final sign off on TNT whenever that happens. And then we knew it wasn't going to be last night, but they let loose in the pregame.
Because pregame, they're thinking this could be our last time to get this off our chest. But yeah, Shaq and Chuck are basically saying, if you think we're taking blank from Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins, you guys have another thing coming. Okay? We get paid no matter what we say. Got it? And the one guy over here is making 8 figures, and his number starts with a 1, and I'm making 8 figures, and my number starts with a 2. Got it? Good. Wouldn't it be nice to have that kind of hand once, just once in your career? You suck. Let me tell you how much you suck. We're coming to take your jobs. And if you say one thing about how we do our jobs, we will remind everybody about how much you suck. Got it? Good. By the way, make sure you improve your food. Oh, we're not even coming to Bristol. We're going to keep doing the show in Atlanta, and you got to pay the studio costs and pay for everybody who still works here. And by the way, they're getting raises. Baseball, not a lot of games last night. You know, Tampa Bay and Houston were tied at 3 in the 7th, which makes the 13-3 Rays win a little surprising, huh? They scored 5 in the 7th, 5 in the 8th. Junior Caminero with 6 RBIs.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he is. And, you know, if you got the low guy and the loud guy, and if they can never actually hit at the same time for a long stretch, it's a decent middle of the lineup with a chance to score some runs. Braves and Phillies split a doubleheader. Phillies won the first one 5-4. Braves behind Chris Sale won the nightcap 9-3. Sale, 6 scoreless innings. He recorded his 2,500 strikeout, faster than anyone else in the history of baseball. Now, he won the Cy Young last year. I think he'll get the 3,000 strikeouts. It'll be close. Okay, I don't think he'll get into the Hall of Fame. Too many years lost due to injury, but he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory until the injury sidelined him around the pandemic.
I will say, for instance, the Braves come back, make the playoffs, make a deep postseason run, win a World Series with Sale doing something special in the postseason. That could propel him. He's going to need something else because you're right. The years lost because of injury will prevent the regular season numbers, if you know what I mean, from getting him there. But special postseasons can change a Hall of Fame trajectory.
He was the ace of the 2018 Red Sox that won the World Series. And remember, he not only started game 1, he got the final out of the series, getting the save in game 5. Toronto beat the A's 12-0 to get back to 500. They hit 4 homers. The A's have lost 14 of 15. They just signed their manager to a 3-year contract extension late last year. But, man, when you lose 14 of 15, it's tough. And you're losing 12-0? Tough to keep your gig. We'll see if Mark Kotsay can survive this. And Washington, with 7 in the 10th, beat Seattle 9-3 in 10 innings. Mariners still a half a game up on the Astros in the West. Mike Trout hasn't played since April 30th. He's scheduled to come off the injured list today and play for the Angels. Remember, that was just a knee contusion. He was day-to-day. Remember? Day-to-day? Yeah, he missed a month. Golf, U.S. Women's Open, 6-way tie for the lead at 4 under, including American Angel Yin. Charlie Hull and Nelly Korda, both even par. This was funny. Charlie Hull was in a group with Lexi Thompson, who's a human rain delay. And Charlie Hull plays at the pace of John Daly and used to smoke cigarettes at the same pace, too. How visibly disgusted Charlie Hull was with Lexi Thompson throughout the round was great television. You could hear her sighing on the green while Lexi was still standing over putts. On the 8th green, Charlie Hull putted out and went straight to the 9th tee and sat down on the tee while Lexi still putted out on 8.
That's awesome. Good for her. Nothing worse than slow play, except for slow play by professionals, which makes it seem okay for everyone else. It's disgusting.
Lydia Ko, Lexi Thompson both went over. By the way, Lexi's 30. This is her 18th U.S. Women's Open. She's 30. Yeah, do the math. Brooke Henderson, 3 over. PGA Tour, the Memorial. Boy, this Ben Griffin's on a heater. Man, he finished He finished top 10 at the PGA. He wins last week at the Colonial. Shoots a 7 under at Jack's tournament. He's got a 2-shot lead over Morikawa, 3 over Homa. How about Homa? 2 balls in the water, shooting 4 under. That's tough to do, Mark.
Yeah, his game is not. I mean, he had the good round to start the PGA and then kind of fell apart. His game is all over the place right now. Very likable guy.
Yep.
Want him to play better. He just has had a lot of trouble this year with consistency.
Scheffler, 2 under. Only 13 golfers were under par yesterday. Fowler, Spieth, Finau, Fleetwood, and Cantlay all even. College Football Hall of Fame reduces their winning percentage requirement for induction from 600 to 595. That will allow Mike Leach to be voted into the Hall of Fame in future years. Leach ended up with a 596 winning percentage. And the 5+11 playoff model is the one gaining traction. Next College Football Playoff Committee meeting is in 3 weeks in Asheville, North Carolina. NFL talk. Apparently the Dolphins are looking to trade tight end Jonnu Smith. I mean, this makes sense. He had 88 catches and made a Pro Bowl, and their tight end depth is horrendous. Sure, let's just keep losing the veteran leaders and best players on the team. Why don't we trade Jalen Ramsey while we're at it? Oh, yeah, they're looking to do that also. Smith will only turn 30 in April. Unreal. College softball, Texas shut out Florida 3-0. Florida and Tennessee will play an elimination game at 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN because Tennessee had a 3-1 lead with 2 outs in the 7th. And the young lady from Oklahoma who had homered earlier hit a 3-run shot to beat them 4-3.
With first base. Was first base open?
Well, it
Or was it first and third?
it was first and third, and so sure, it moves the tying run to second. But she had homered, and the manager was asked afterwards, "Did you think about walking her?" And she said, "Not really." Okay.
Okay.
Remember the $1 million pitcher for Texas Tech? Yeah, she shut out Ole Miss last night, 1-0. They're through to the semis, and UCLA beat Oregon 4-2. College baseball tournament gets underway today. Some great matchups. Noon on ESPN2, East Carolina and Florida. Stetson's taking on NC State. Bethune and Florida State. 3 o'clock today on ESPN2, Miami and Alabama. And Auburn's a top seed. They host Central Connecticut at 7. No major upsets yesterday in the French Open. Sinner, Zverev, and Djokovic all advanced on the men's side, although the 9 seed, de Manière, got beat, but he wasn't considered much of a threat. All the Americans, Golf, Pagula, Madison Keys, all won in straight sets yesterday. By the way, there was a report that next year is going to be the last for Alex Ovechkin. The Capitals quickly denied that. And Lane Lambert named the new head coach of the Seattle Kraken, leaving the Penguins and Bruins vacancies, the only ones remaining, although Dallas will be open soon. And at 7 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories. And the College Baseball World Series 4-hour games are back beginning today here on Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that Ovechkin one, that's another guy that's getting fired because it was an email from the business department that somehow got leaked. Miller and Moulton.
Oops.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that was 2 nights ago Sunday. That's a ball strike, you know. Maybe as soon as next year we can. Baby Jules, Charlie Hull is awesome.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday, the final show of May. Hope your week has gone well. Pat Kerwin 1 hour from now here on Miller and Moulton. So, Mark, the respective final schedules are out. And because the NHL in particular wants to avoid the NBA finals, because even if it's OKC, Indiana, it's going to have a bigger audience than Edmonton, Florida. A significantly bigger audience, probably. But because of it, the NBA finals are going to start next Thursday. Hockey starting on Wednesday. Okay. Now, you could argue, could they have started sooner? Yeah, they could have, but the TNT would prefer that it start on Wednesday. So guess when it's going to start?
Wednesday.
So they're going to play Wednesday in Edmonton, and then they're going to play Friday in Edmonton. Good. You know, let's start getting into a routine. Well, they are allowing, since they are flying from Edmonton to South Florida, they are allowing even an extra travel day, if you will, because game 3 won't be until Monday. Now, I got to admit, I kind of miss not having a game. Sunday night, it'd be, awesome. But Sunday night's going to be game 2 of the finals, NBA finals. So hockey's avoiding it. But Mark, here's where it gets interesting to me is, so they allow the extra travel day from Edmonton to Florida. Then they're going to play 2 games in Florida on Monday and Thursday. Why the extra day off? Because they're avoiding the NBA, because the NBA is going to play game 3 on Wednesday. So that should have been hockey's day, but since the NBA is stretching it out as much as possible, the NBA is not going Tuesday, Thursday, which they could in the next city's location. And it's not that far from Oklahoma City, especially to Indiana. But so once again, hockey's moving their game around the NBA. But to avoid the NBA on the weekend, Mark, they'll play game 4 at sunrise, and then none of us think this is going to be a sweep. Game 5, they're going to turn around and play in Edmonton Saturday night. So they're playing Thursday night and sunrise. The game's going to end, if it doesn't go to overtime, at 11 o'clock Eastern. By the time everybody gets out of there and what have you, I mean, they're going to arrive in Edmonton at about 5 a.m. Friday.
Yep.
And then they're going to have to play about 36 or so hours later. Now, this will not have been a grueling schedule, but it is interesting how the NHL is contorting itself to avoid the NBA finals at all costs, and how they're building in 3-day travel early, but then they're building in 3 days in between 2 games in the same city, but then they're turning around and playing a game 36 hours after the teams arrive in Edmonton. Could be a pretty important game too. I mean, I think a lot of us think this series could be 2-2 playing that game. So
what do you suggest they do, though, David? Because I don't see them having any other choice than to completely make sure they do everything humanly possible that they are the only major sporting event going on that night. You cannot go head-to-head with the NBA. You're going to get crushed regardless. But why would you take the sports fan who might like both but likes basketball more and let them watch the basketball game over the hockey game? I think this is what the NHL has to do. They're the subservient league. They have to make sure that they can get as many eyeballs on their product as possible. I would do the same thing.
Mark, here's the only solution that I thought might have made it a little bit better. Don't wait till Wednesday next week to play game 1. How about if they had played games 1 and 2 Monday, Wednesday? Do you think that's, I mean, think about it. Now that Edmonton's wrapped it up also. I mean, Edmonton's already back and they're home and they're going to start at home. You know, we know Florida had wrapped it up the day before and what have you. Florida can fly to Edmonton tomorrow after a practice in the morning and what have you. They can fly to Edmonton. All right. They'll get in Saturday night. They'll play Monday night. And then you could play 1 and 2 Monday, Wednesday. All right. And then play, Saturday, game 3 in Florida, give the 72 hours, the extra day of traveling back, the whole deal. And then you're playing Saturday, Monday, games 3 and 4. And then you give another 72 hours off, to play game 5. You'd be playing game 5 in Edmonton on the day that right now you're scheduled to play game 4, Thursday. And you'd be avoiding the NBA. If you'd started Monday, I think you'd have a better schedule for the teams, never mind for us fans who don't want to have to wait 6 days to see hockey.
Fair enough. The networks obviously dictated when they wanted the series to start. I'm guessing the league had a little bit to say about that too and didn't want to put a date out when game 7 would have been, because these finals were announced so early that would have been game 7, I believe, if Dallas could have extended the series all the way to a 7th game. And I don't think they want to tell a team we're starting the finals before this series could have actually been over.
The Stanley Cup final, game 7, could be as late as June 20th this year. I thought last year was like the 24th. So, the schedule's slightly earlier this year. NBA final schedule's already set. Game 1 is Thursday of next week. Game 2 is Sunday of next week. Game 3 is Wednesday of next week. Game 4 is Friday, a week from today, or 2 weeks from today, I'm sorry. And so, the NBA final schedule was etched in stone much earlier. Like, it does not matter if the Knicks win game 6 and force a game 7. Game 7 will be Monday night. The finals are Thursday in Oklahoma City. I mean, they basically said to the Pacers, hey, man, if you want more rest, get this sucker done. Because Thursday night. And I think
that's what they were doing with the NHL when they set the dates, David. I think they were taking into consideration Dallas and Edmonton going 7. And I understand that. Yes, it would have been a little nicer for the fans to not have a few less days off. But this is where I am old guy get off my lawn. When we start talking about these poor players who have to play 36 hours after landing in Edmonton on the private plane that they took. I mean, Jesus, David, I was flying around in the minors when I flew in the IHL. We're making 2 connections. The whole damn team's in a middle seat and coach. I mean, that's tough on an athlete.
I agree. Okay, those back-to-backs in Cincinnati were tough. It's true. I hear you. But also, what I think it was that if Dallas had won last night, then game 6 would have been Saturday in Edmonton, and then this whole series starting Monday is ridiculous. So yes, and Monday is technically it was scheduled for a game 7, but what to me is interesting is that the NHL desperately trying to avoid the NBA, but they didn't put the contingency of, well, what if Edmonton and Florida both win in 5? Do you actually want to get this party started? Because, see, to me, Mark, you'd get 2 games in the finals before the NBA series tips off. And it's not, unless the Knicks come back here to win, this ain't going to be an NBA final that people are clamoring for. I mean, you have a chance for the first 3 days of a week to grab the sports world.
I got you. You're also telling Dallas you guys are losing in 5. And I just don't think you can operate that way. I mean, the league has to take in consideration the other teams that are playing, and you're not at all.
Well, remember, they didn't announce this schedule before the game. I'm just saying they announced it now. That's all. I'm just
They
saying
announced game one 3 days. I knew when game one was the beginning of this week. We talked about it. They had already said game one was Wednesday.
Gotcha.
And we weren't that far along into the series.
My bad.
So we knew when it was starting. We just didn't know
Gotcha.
the days.
Okay.
So I understand where you're coming from, and I'm with you. I wouldn't be setting schedules, but TV, as you know better than anybody, the TV networks control this, and they need to know when these suckers are starting. And it's not a fluid situation. It's an exact situation.
TNT pays $300 million a year, by the way, for their hockey. ESPN pays $400. It's a 7-year contract. They alternate finals. ESPN gets 4 of them. TNT gets 3. This is number 2 for TNT. So NBA Finals will be on ABC and Stanley Cup Finals, TNT. So there.
Miller and Moulton, 21,000 is the text line. We've had a couple of poll question ideas. We've not really settled on one yet. Never a good sign an hour plus into the show.
True. That's true. But I feel as if we've got it somewhat narrowed down. We can make a decision during this break. We can. I think we got it narrowed down to 2. Right?
I think so.
Yeah. So I feel confident we'll have a poll question 10 minutes from now when we come back from break. I feel very good about that.
Well, I did see one little thing football-wise that, I'm guessing, you're upset about, because you have been all into these NFL players playing in the flag football Olympics. And Patrick Mahomes has said, I'm out.
Right.
I'm not playing flag football. Thank you, Patrick. I hope most of the players in the league that you play in follow suit.
Well, I think Matthew Stafford laughed at the question when he was presented it recently. And, he's in Los Angeles, and the Olympics are going to be in Los Angeles. And by the way, do you think Stafford will be playing in 2028?
No.
I was going to say, because he can play 3 more seasons, and then I think that takes him to 40. So I think Stafford has a chance to be a retired player, the criteria that we were thinking of. But I saw the reaction from Stafford. He laughed at the idea of playing flag football. He's like, no, I'm good. Okay. Which is good, Mark, because let me tell you, the flag football guys are already, their noses are really bent out of shape, losing jobs to NFL players. So, you don't understand. You got to train differently for this. This is a different game. You guys just can't come here and dominate like you think.
Right.
Okay. All right.
If it's retired players that they want, Anthony Richardson should be available by then to play quarterback in the flag.
Whoa! You are feeling it today.
I think he'd be a great flag football quarterback.
And you're not talking about Trent Richardson, the former Alabama running back. You're talking about the 4th pick of the draft 3 years ago.
Will he be in the league when the Olympics happen?
Awesome.
Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Sonny, I don't know if Stetson Bennett's good at football anymore.
So what do you want this poll question to be?
Well, what do we narrow it down to? Getting Mike Leach in or the hockey line?
Whichever one you want. Makes no difference to me.
Mike Leach. Not sure that hockey will register with the people. Also, Sonny Rogers can play 3 years for the Steelers before the Olympics. Yep, 2028, Sonny. I don't know if it's July or August, but summer of 2028, so Summer Olympics.
The College Football Hall of Fame lowered its standards for coaches to be eligible to gain entrance into the Hall of Fame. This allows Mike Leach to be eligible. Did they make the right move?
There you go.
Hope I spelled everything right. It's up.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kerwin scheduled to join us at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have a poll question. See, I had faith in us. More so you.
I didn't. I have to be honest. There is a thing that happens on this show that the Twitch audience, YouTube audience is very well aware of. When we go to commercial break, the first part of the break is our network break. It's what we have the inventory to sell, our great sponsors that we talk about. If you'd like to be one, text me at 21,000. Miller's the keyword if you've never texted before, but say you're interested in sponsorship and we'd love to have you. So during that time, we have to shut the cameras down and put a little message on the screen that says we're in commercial because Jacksonville airs our show with the video and on the Action Sports Jacks app. And they ask us to do that. So for the first 3 minutes or 2 minutes, however long the break is, David and I cannot communicate with one another. For the local part of the break, which our affiliates then run spots, David and I can communicate with one another. I emphasize that we can. It doesn't mean that we do communicate with one another. Sometimes David gets up and grabs a bite to eat or does whatever he does, and then he comes back and then gets into his phone and gets on Twitter. We're always constantly looking for stuff for the show. It's what we do for 4 hours every morning and then the rest of the day. But because of that, sometimes David doesn't put his headsets on right away,
Right.
which means I cannot talk to him.
Correct.
And for the majority of the local break, David was consumed by his phone and there were no headsets on. And I was just sitting here going, if that SOB comes on at 22 or at 20 minutes after the hour and 30 seconds, and we don't get a poll question, I'm jumping through the screen. But he gave me a minute and a half, and it was enough time to get a question out. By the way, yesterday's question, when's the last time you read a book and finished it? 54% of you said in the last year, 29% said pre-COVID, and the rest said high school or college. But Mike Leach is now eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame, and that's the basis of our question. The College Football Hall of Fame lowered its standards for coaches to be eligible to gain entrance into the Hall of Fame. This allows Mike Leach to be eligible. Did they make the right move?
They lowered the standard from 600 to 595. Leach died with a winning percentage of 596. They could have easily rounded it up, but the Hall of Fame was pretty indignant in saying they were not going to round up. I would have said to the Hall of Fame, hey, if you were broadcasting and you were talking about Mike Leach, wouldn't you say that he won 60% of his games? I mean, you wouldn't say he won 59.6% of his games, right? You'd say he won 60% of his games. So what's the problem? But, hey, criteria, stickler for rules, whatever.
Sign the scorecard in the proper area, David.
Right. Yeah, it's very important. Even though the scorecard was signed correctly, okay, it wasn't signed in the designated area to be signed. Like, what if the golfer was bent out of shape and went straight to the bar? All right. And is sitting at the bar. You couldn't get the scorecard signed at the bar. Is it correct? Yes. Thank you. Good luck tomorrow. Or safe travels home if you miss the cut. But Michelle Wee got suspended back in the day. She was shot out of the lead heading into the final round. She was T3, but she didn't sign her card in the designated area. She literally was just on the other side of the roped off area. And she got DQ'd, not even penalized a stroke or two. She got DQ'd. Miller and Moulton, that was ours. I was apoplectic. Mark's like, we really need to move on and talk about something else. I'm like, I can't think about anything else today.
I can think about something else right now, and that's the coolest thing I've seen today, brought to you by Air Advantage. Go to myairadvantage.com or call them, 239-433-4635. You've heard the spots, 18 months, no interest, no payments available. They're a Ream Pro partner and obviously can handle all of your service needs as well. Check them out, myairadvantage.com. And I was all set with this story. I was going sports. I was going with something we all know about. I was going with Chris Sale getting to 2,500 strikeouts, being the fastest to ever do so. And then something else caught my eye, David.
What's
you
that?
You mentioned him. Max Homa had a pretty good round at Muirfield yesterday. But it's not his golf as to what I think is the coolest thing today. He did a deal with Chipotle, making his head cover look like a foil-wrapped burrito.
I didn't see this.
The limited edition head cover was a collaboration between Homa, Cobra Golf, and Chipotle. They were sold briefly on Cobra's website for $90, along with a $90 Chipotle shag bag. Both items sold out shortly after being listed. The head covers are now being sold for between $200 and $250 on eBay. What I did not realize is that back in April, Chipotle's into the golf business. At their Augusta location during Masters Week, they wrapped all their burritos in green foil. And Homa went in to a Chipotle to wrap a burrito himself, and they filmed it, and he was not very good. Scotty Scheffler, also a big Chipotle fan, his wife had a post 3 years ago about what Scheffler's exact order is at Chipotle, and the key to Scotty Scheffler, the world's #1 golfer, is you have to eat it with a plastic spoon from Chipotle. He gets the bowl. He says people that use the fork are doing it wrong, and it tastes better with the plastic spoon than with the spoon from your own home.
Wow. I have to admit, I'm beginning to like him more and more. Okay, when we're finding out more, he does have some idiosyncrasies and a little bit of a strange personality, but anybody who's that obsessive, okay, and he can honestly make the case it tastes better with the plastic spoon than the plastic fork. Wow.
He also orders the bowl, and he asks for chicken, and after the chicken is put on, then he asks for double steak. And he says, because if you do it before, they're not going to give you enough meat. I mean, he only has made $82 million on tour. Let's make sure you get your maximum double meat before you ask for the guacamole on top.
Well, at least he's willing to pay for it, though, right? No, charge me. You can charge me.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Max Homa with the Chipotle-looking head cover is the coolest thing I've seen today. Brought to you by Air Advantage. Please check them out online, myairadvantage.com, or call them at 433-4635. Make sure that you tell them that Miller and Moulton sent you.
Man, I'm going right by a Chipotle today when I have a certain errand to run. Now, I do have a question. Have you seen a picture of the head cover?
Yes.
Can you tell it's Chipotle? I mean, let's face it. Oh, you can, because, I mean, you're telling me about a foil wrap for a burrito. I mean, that could be any place that sells burritos. So, okay.
But it's got Chipotle. It's got, because they put the Chipotle sticker on the wrap, so it's got the Chipotle.
And you can clearly see it?
Clearly can see it.
Okay. Would you try to mess around and come up with a head cover having something to do with guac? I'm not a guac
Huh?
person. Well, I'm just saying people really like their guac. I mean, can you have a head cover and then on top of the head cover have like a big pile of guac?
I don't think so. I mean,
Okay.
if leaving it out in the air all day, it would turn a different color. Would that head cover be able to change colors that way too?
Well, obviously it wouldn't be real guac. I'm just wondering. I'm trying to get creative here. I'm trying to have more than one head cover. I mean, if we sold out of the one, let's come up with another.
Homa
you're the-
also gave away a few hundred of the head covers on his Instagram page as well.
Cool. Listen, it's tough not to like Max Homa, all right? And I know he struggled the last year and a half. Hope he can find his game again. Love him to win a major. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Paul, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I mean, sometimes, David, taking it to the nth works really well. Sometimes it's a calamity. That would be the latter. Yeah, Chipotle ain't cheap. There's no doubt. If now you paid that much, that's a little crazy, EB, but it is not cheap. And I feel like I get gypped at those places because the thing they pile the most of it on, I never eat. I don't do rice on burritos or bowls. And they give you a lot of rice, but rice costs about 4 cents. Why would the Steelers want another tight end? That's my question, Sonny. I don't get it. They've got Frymouth and they've got Washington, the kid from Georgia. I don't get it, but
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Pat Kerwin expected to join us then here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, College Football Hall of Fame lowered the winning percentage requirement for a coach to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. They did so specifically so that Mike Leach's candidacy could become real. They lowered it from 600 to 595. Leach passed away from a massive heart attack with a 596 winning percentage. Do you agree with the move of them lowering the standard to get Mike Leach into the Hall of Fame? Yes or no? That is our question. Hey, you're the marketing guy on the show. I mean, you've worked in marketing for many a year. And, you know, I'm not good at it. I mean, you know, Mardi Gras probably never would have become a thing. You know, that somehow the whole beads at Mardi Gras, if I was responsible, it never would have taken off. But I heard something yesterday, and I'm curious your thoughts. So the Washington Capitals have the email snafu, in which all of a sudden they send out an email to their season ticket holders and wannabes saying, hey, get your tickets for next year. It's Alex Ovechkin's final year, which is not out of the question. I mean, he's 40, and it is the final year of his contract. And he might be someone who, because of all he's accomplished, might not be willing to take a pay cut, and the Capitals might ready to move on in a year, spend that money elsewhere. But the Capitals, about 2 hours later, Mark said, whoa, that was a mistake. You know, next year is not Alex Ovechkin's last year. Hasn't even been discussed. So I'm watching the very end of PTI yesterday, flipping the channels around. And they're literally final 30 seconds of the show. And Wilbon says to Kornheiser, as he called him, Mr. DC, hey, Mr. DC, what do you think about this whole thing? And he said, I think it was done intentionally. I think it was done to sell season tickets. Okay. And he said, I don't think it was a snafu. I don't think anybody erroneously hit any button. And I'm curious, Mr. Marketing Guy. Okay. Did you ever intentionally have an email snafu hit a button?
No, but I don't think this was an accident either. Now, they can say that it was, and maybe Alex Ovechkin plays 2 more seasons, and they will simply say, we thought he was done, and he decided to come back for 1 more. I didn't want an announcement for Ovechkin before the year. I never liked the Kareem last tour and them giving him rocking chairs and all of those things. I know they're celebrating the greatness of an athlete when they do things like that, but to me, they're also hurting his greatness by making the last year a little more trivial. But I agree with Kornheiser that this button was not mysteriously hit, that they're trying to sell season tickets.
Now, this is what I inferred from Kornheiser's comment, though, is that they did it, and it's not true, but they did it because they'll sell more tickets if they give the impression that it is. It is the final year of his contract, for whatever. $9.5 million is his cap hit, which is a significant hit in the NHL. It is. Then again, he's Alex Ovechkin. He's a goal-scoring machine. What did he end up with? Just under 900, right? So he'll pass that barrier. What is interesting was, and he played on a very good team, last year. His plus-minus last year was finally pretty good. He had 52 goals. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I read that wrong. He had 44 goals in 65 games last year. He was plus 15.
They were also terrific last year.
Yeah, they were.
I mean, they were the best record in the conference. They were a very good team. They were young. They were fast. They used Ovechkin sparingly and used him wisely. I think where the snafu came, David, is I do think this will more than likely be his last season. But the ticket department doesn't announce the greatest goal scorer in the history of the game's retirement. That is done by Alex Ovechkin. And it was premature to send this out without Ovechkin being able to make the announcement himself. That's what I really think happened. And maybe Alex Ovechkin doesn't want to announce it until he's done. And they want to make sure that they get all their season ticket holders back next year. Because there could have been a decent amount of season ticket holders who thought the record was going to be broken. They've seen that. Now they're done. Now, the fortunate thing for the Caps is the team was pretty damn good last year. Should be relatively easy to renew season tickets.
Best team in the East by points. Got bounced in the second round by Carolina. He turns 40 in mid-September. The season doesn't normally start till early October. So Ovechkin will play next year at 40. How much longer can he play beyond that?
That Corey Perry guy's looking pretty good at 40, David.
It's really sexy.
Now, when you've got a McDavid passing you the puck, there are a lot of us that could look pretty damn good.
And, if Dallas can leave him wide open in front of the net, that helps too. It does. But, yeah, this whole Corey Perry thing, man, this is something. He was a third, fourth line grinder the last few years. And this year, my goodness, he's a goal scoring machine, especially in the playoffs. What in the world? But I just thought I'd throw that out there. That's all. Do we think this is an innocent mistake? Don't know how it happened. Boy, somebody's going to get a butt chewing. Or is this, come on, this is intentional. This is part of the game.
I think it's part of the game. And again, I just don't think that I think it was a premature email that they need their goal scorer to maybe make an announcement before the corporate sales department makes an announcement.
Okay. Hey, one other thing, and this is actually, we could have asked this as a poll question when it happened, but we could also just ask it later on. Do you agree with the IOC in banning Russia from the Olympics? Because Winter Olympics coming up in 26, and that means, in the sport that we really care about, hockey, that, we're no Ovechkin and quite a few others who, what's it, Malkin? I mean, they're up there in age in which this is probably their last chance to play in the Olympics.
David, you've got to help me out here. And I'm being dead serious when I say this. How long has the IOC been banning countries because of things like war? I mean, because all I can think back of is Jesse Owens dominating, or in Munich in 36 as
right
in front of Hitler. They didn't obviously, as all this is starting to go on with Germany, they're not banning Germany from the Olympics. They're hosting the damn games.
Right. Now, I will say it was not 1940 in the war.
Right.
It started in 39. It was 36, and they hadn't invaded Poland yet for 3 more years. But yes, I remember.
Did they ban them in 40? Did we have Olympics in 40 during World War II?
I don't think we had Olympics in 40 and 44.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but I don't think we had Olympics. But, Mark, I remember countries making political statements, the Cold War, we and a bunch of democracies didn't go to Moscow in 80. Moscow and the Iron Curtain there didn't come to LA in 84. I remember the IOC banning Russia however many years ago it was because of the doping scandal.
Right. But I'm just
right. I know what you're getting at.
I'm not a historian with this, and I probably should know more, and that's on me. But if they hadn't done these bans in the past, why are they doing them now? Me as the greedy hockey fan, just purely the hockey fan, this sucks. I also completely understand why they're doing it. But as the hockey fan, I want the best teams playing in the Olympics. We've not been able to see Russia now play on an international stage for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And the hockey fan in me thinks that stinks.
Now, I was 14 when Jimmy Carter made the decision because of Russia invading Afghanistan that our athletes weren't going to go to the 1980 Summer Olympics. And listen, I'm a 14-year-old. I'm living in Jersey. I mean, I paid a little more attention, I think, to the news just because I wanted to be in the media. So I watched it, that sort of thing. But I don't think that was now, Jimmy Carter wasn't very popular at the time either. We had, bad economy, inflation, the whole deal. But I don't remember that being a popular decision 45 years ago, making that decision for political reasons. And we are much more political now than we were then. Like I'm actually having trouble envisioning what would the scenario have to be for our president to say our athletes are not going to compete in Olympic Games and have the American people go, yeah, I'm in favor of that. And trust me, I mean, we're the ones saying let's keep sports the politics out of sports. Most of you are telling us, by the way, we're wrong. You've been telling us we're wrong for years. Everything's about politics. You guys are naive. You guys are wrong. A few of you are like, I'm glad you guys have the stance you have. It's kind of why I listen. If I want to listen to politics, I know where I can go. But a lot of you have told us that we're wrong and we're naive. And you guys are the ones who get political with us. We don't do it back.
And there's a lot of ways you might be right. I don't think we're even denying that a lot of times that you're accurate in what you say. We made a decision a long time ago that we don't do that.
Right. We're going to do sports. We know at times the lines will cross or get blurred. We'll mention it and then we'll move on.
And we have several times when we've talked, we've spent a lot of time talking about live in the PGA. Well, when President Trump got reelected here for his second term, not consecutively, obviously, we thought that there was a better chance for a merger. And we thought he was less likely to ask the PIF, the Saudis, to open their books than Biden would have been. We just think that's factual. It helps the story. We don't take one side or another.
And then he orchestrated a meeting between the sides as well. So obviously he got involved. We mentioned it. We moved on.
He's gotten involved with college football. And since then, he's backed off because even Saban said, yeah, I don't think this helps.
Now, listen, and I mean, I think Putin's one of the 5 worst human beings on the face of the earth, and I think he's completely wrong in what he's done. That's as political as I'll get. I don't know why we're holding that against their athletes, though. What do they have to do with the decisions that their dictator's making? That would be my thing that I would say to the IOC. Listen, let's just say the whole room's against, what Putin's done. Okay, great. What does that have to do with the hockey players? What does that have to do with the bobsledders? Could somebody explain to me? Now, if they're doping, that's a completely different issue.
One has nothing to do with the other.
Right. But I think it's a dangerous road to go down because we're wanting to politicize everything. Well, then what's to prevent the IOC from banning other nations down the road for certain decisions that their leaders are making?
And for not banning certain nations for things that their countries are doing now.
So
it's not the only contested spot on our globe right now.
Right. I mean, let's hope that things elsewhere don't escalate, but they've escalated enough in other areas of the world that, if the IOC wanted to get involved, they've set a precedent. I don't know. I would have stayed out of it if I was, and you and I are of the belief that Russia should have been in this 4 nations thing. And if they're going to do this again next year or in 27, that you should include the Russians. They're too big a part of your league.
You're not kicking them out of your league, but you're not letting them play in a tournament you set up. What the hell? Like the IOC, this is completely separate from the IOC. The NHL made a lot of money off of Alex Ovechkin this year, but they didn't let him play in the 4 nations. That's hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen, at the highest level. Don't kid yourself.
Miller and Moulton. There are a few football matters that came up yesterday in the NFL. So it's really convenient that we've got a really good NFL guy to talk about him, like Pat Kerwin of NFL Radio. He's next on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, Mark. That was a pretty long dissertation for two guys that don't like politics.
I know. That was a lot longer than I expected it to
It
be.
just kept going. Like, I think Mark will cut this off right now. I've had enough.
You are right. That was longer than I expected.
Yep.
It's what happens when you get to late May and early June.
Hey, nobody likes June.
No. You know what we figured out, and you guys are on your camp tour, so it's not as bad, but it was the one thing we figured out years ago. We always thought that August, once you got to training camp, all right, we're there. There isn't crap that goes on in August. There are no starting jobs. They're not starting quarterback jobs. There are very few starting jobs that are even available anymore. We know who the starters are before the season starts.
Just look at the salary book.
Thank you.
The top 22 salaries of the starters.
Exactly. Or
if one of them stinks, they'll trade them.
Right. Or throwing a rookie or two that got drafted. Right.
Nope. I say it every day. You make your team in the winter and spring, free agency and the draft, and re-signs, and then you go to camp. Camp is now rehearsal. It's no longer trying out for the team. It's just practice and plays. Yes. Mm-hmm. What gets us through June, though, is that this position breakdown. You would not believe the calls. They're on hold for over an hour.
You know what? I listened to you yesterday for not very long, 10, 12 minutes. I just happened to be in the car when you started around 3:00. I loved the question you asked the day before that you continued to ask yesterday. What's the one thing your team needs?
The number one problem.
That's a great open-ended question for discussion.
And you can predict some of the answers. Jerry Jones is our problem. Depth.
Exactly. But I like the way, hey, a guy wants to call and say, the Bear guy wants to call and say, we're not there at tackle. Okay. The Lions guy wants to call in and says, I'm worried about our two coordinators. I mean, it just leaves it wide open and it allows discussion on each as opposed to a black and white type question.
No, I did. And it's not even over yet because we only took like 12 callers yesterday because they stay on long enough. And we're in the middle of putting that tight end stuff out there. So,
well, I know why you do it. But as a listener who does this for a living, those callers are on a long time.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're not on long enough for me. I like to ask them how their families
and
doing.
they're on at least 3 minutes too long for me as a listener.
I know, but this is not free radio.
I know. When you guys start going caller, it's like,
no, I know you're leaving then. That's okay. You know who's on then? The callers.
Oh, yeah. No. Your truckers and all those people. Hey, I get it.
Yeah, I try to explain this is serious. So they didn't want to listen, but now we're on 12 hours a day. I wonder if they learned 12 hours a day. On Memorial Day, we were on 10 to 2, 2 to 6, and then we came back on 8 to midnight. Come on. I should get an agent for my next deal. Oh, how you doing, David?
Okay. I was just listening to some Joe Flacco comments.
Oh, Joe's the best. Mr. Mello. He just doesn't want to be home watching the kids.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Friday. It is our final show of May. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 90 days away from the start of the college football season. That Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend with 16 games on the schedule. 97 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys to kick off the 2025 NFL season. Sorry, folks, the Hall of Fame game does not count in our book. Pat Kerwin, he counts. He joins us once again. NFL Radio's moving the chains. Weekdays 3 to 7. These days, they then replay the show for 12 hours. So if you miss it the first time around, you can probably catch it in the evening.
Hell, I get up in the morning and drive to work, and if it was the last thing I listened to, it's the first thing I hear in the morning, Pat.
I know, but I've had to tell our callers you can't call in the replays, and they'd still try.
Moving the chains on NFL Radio is 3 to 7 weekdays, and Pat Kerwin joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh, and all our guests join us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. So I mentioned to you right before we came on that I was listening to Joe Flacco yesterday address the Cleveland media, and he was asked the "Are you a mentor to these young quarterbacks" question. And he said, listen, this is a no-win for me. If I say I'm a mentor, then you guys don't think of me as the starting quarterback and I'm washed up and I can't play anymore. And I'm just here to help out the young guys. And if I say I'm not a mentor, then you think I'm a jerk. But then he said, just for the record, I'm not a mentor. Okay. Now, do I give out advice? Yes. Okay. Do I hope they listen? I'm really trying to help. Yes. But if you're asking me, do I think I'm a mentor? The answer is no, and you can draw whatever conclusion you want. What do you think about Joe Flacco's response?
I know Joe for a long time. He's easygoing.
Yep.
He is full of honesty. He likes being blunt about it because he doesn't want to waste a lot of time explaining things. He's like a one-sentence answer guy. And then if you want to move on to the next question, he'll answer that one. But he's not going to sit here and go through this whole dissertation about leadership and everything else. What he does tell the players, which I know he said 1,000 times, is just, if you're interested in what I do, follow what I do. Ask me a question. You know, that's who he is. And I also think he is self-confident to the point where he doesn't view the young guys as competition. He knows that sooner or later they're going to play, but he also knows that he throws the ball better than all three of them. So and the receivers know he's the best arm in the building. So he's going to be himself and last a long time in this league because of the way he handles himself, and his teammates love him.
All right, I want to switch gears off that because I think we handled that. The Miami Dolphins are rumored to be discussing a trade for Jonnu Smith. They're already dealing Ramsey, supposedly. Can you help me with what the hell's going on in Miami? Because it seems to me that they're getting rid of pretty good players, or talking about getting rid of pretty good players, and their roster's not that great.
No, it's not. We've been discussing their decisions personnel-wise for a month or two and wondering why. And are they losing faith in this roster? Well, look, it sounds to me like there was a conflict between the head coach and Jalen Ramsey. Ramsey knows how to push his hot buttons. And June 1st is coming. And June 1st for trades is a significantly different deal. If you didn't use your June 1st, you can do it twice during the off season and you can defer the money until then. But the trade guys, you have to wait till June 1st to get the split on whatever the dead cap is. So not to complicate that, but by waiting to June 1st with a trade, you then can take the dead money and split it up over 2 years. So we're going to see 2 or 3 trades next week, and he'll be one of them. And okay. I would think they already have figured out where he's going.
All right. There's two things I'm curious about with Jonnu Smith. First off, let's just discuss it. The team most interested apparently is the Steelers. Why? They have Fryermuth, who they just signed a year ago to what? 11, 12 million a year for 4 years. They also got the Washington kid from Georgia, who I think they should use more. They even have 2 other tight ends on the roster. I mean, what are the Steelers doing trading for a soon-to-be 30-year-old tight end, no matter how productive he was last year?
I'm kind of with you on that. Fryermuth's a very good player. Darnell Washington, to me, is a guy they don't use enough. We've talked about him.
Yep.
It's funny, Jim and I had Green on the other day, the big old tight end from Pittsburgh, retired, and I had him on. I asked for him because I wanted, and he played with Jim, which was really, we had a lot of fun with that. But the reason I wanted him on is Darnell Washington's kind of like the Green type body, and 275, 280 pounds running down the field. So I wouldn't be doing it if I was Pittsburgh. Jonnu Smith, now he did have 8 touchdowns and 88 catches, so I get that part. You're going to be a 12 personnel team and put 2 tight ends on the field. What are you doing with Washington? Now, if they ask for Washington back, I would see why. I think he is completely underutilized. But I think, look, I'm doing tight ends right now. There's a lot of bad tight end rooms in the NFL. We have a couple of tight end rooms where there's not one tight end on the roster that caught a touchdown last year. And we have a whole lot of them that did. The whole room of tight ends has caught 3 or less. So if you're really looking to get into the tight end business and have an effective player in that area, I could name 5 or 6 teams that are just a disaster when it comes to it. Look at the Jets. Mason Taylor, rookie, and everybody else hasn't scored a touchdown. They had a terrible grade with us, and plenty of teams are really bad. And you would think that they'd like to get better, because I think the best thing I could say is Zach Ertz did 2 things. He proved that Jet Daniels is going to be a terrific quarterback, but he also proved that every young quarterback loves a tight end that they can find over the middle. And look what it did for Lamar early on in his career, and continues, because they have the best tight end room in the NFL with Likely and Andrews. And when Charlie Kolar, who's just a guy, but he's your 3rd tight end, you have a deep room. And most teams don't have anything like that. So, yeah, I could name a bunch of them. But to your real question, why is Miami doing it? To me, it's starting to look like if the head coach is having a conflict with a player, and I don't think he has one with Smith, maybe he does, but the first decision they make is exit the guy. And do you guys find it a little weird how Tyreek Hill is trying to play like the big Boy Scout here? He is all of a sudden trying to be something he has never been. It almost looks like he wants to be the captain of the team, which he says he doesn't want. We all know what happens when a guy says, I don't really want to be the captain. That means he definitely wants to be the captain.
If they name him the captain of that team, Pat,
yeah,
then I even think of lower expectations, and I already have low expectations for the Dolphins. If they name that man captain, that to me means the inmates are running the asylum.
Yeah, it does. And we've seen that before. David's got a better memory than me on this stuff, but I've seen guys put their malcontent in the captain lineup almost to diffuse his volatility and make him feel responsible to be a team guy. It's not the first time someone would do it, but he's been awfully Boy Scoutish, if you will, and looking to me like he's auditioning for that job.
There's a bunch of things I don't like from the Dolphins' perspective also, is that, yeah, Jonnu turns 30 before this season starts. He caught 88 balls with 8 touchdowns and made the Pro Bowl last year. Your tight end room after Jonnu Smith is horrible. It'd be bottom 5 in the league if you take Jonnu Smith off your roster. So to me, unless they're trading him to the Steelers and getting Washington back, okay, I don't like this trade at all if they're just trading him for a mid-round draft choice. That's number one. But the other thing, Pat, is that it seems as if every veteran player who even mentions, hey, I wouldn't mind adding another year to my contract. Oh, we got to trade you. It's like, well, wait a minute. When did that become a bad thing? The last 2 years, every time you had a guy, Ramsey, Hill, and others mention a contract, you guys gave them years and tens of millions of dollars. Now, Jonnu Smith apparently is asking, could you add another year or two to my contract? I only got 1 year left at $4.8 million. I'm a little bit of a bargain. And the Dolphins like, nah, we're going to trade you instead. Also, third part, Mike McDaniel's now trying to be a disciplinarian. I mean, come on, Pat. That's like me all of a sudden deciding I hate diva wide receivers. I mean, come on. What's going on?
No, the coach can't change his spots. What are you going to hear next? That Shanahan's telling a lot of jokes at practice? So you're right about all that. I wouldn't be doing something like this, but I guess their fans that call our show are starting to suspect that this team has no chance, that they're either soft and undisciplined and the good guys want out of there. I just think that there's a bad chemistry there, and unless they win, which I don't think they will this year, there's going to be more turmoil than we can even anticipate. Jonnu Smith, I'd give him an extra year in a minute, but as I said, you could probably do well for yourself. Getting Darnell Washington wouldn't be a bad thing. Darnell Washington and a draft pick or something. I would love something like that for them. I would actually think, okay, I get it, because I do think Washington is untapped. And there's not many guys like him. But when I look at everyone's second tight end, or even if it's an upgrade of the first tight end, the guys that I thought got bad grades from me, Jake Ferguson, he didn't get a big grade from me. Maybe Dallas would be interested in him. So there's a couple of places where I would think you'd say, yeah, I didn't think Gesicki played very well last year. And I'm talking about production. That 8 touchdowns by him, by the way, is second in the NFL for tight ends. Second. The number one was Andrews with 11, and then 8. There was no 9s and no 10s. So if they want to give up the second most productive tight end, what does it tell us? It tells me that they're not thinking about Buffalo anymore.
Pat, curious, and I know you don't like getting into these things, but how upset is Vrabel having to answer questions about Diggs on a boat? It seems like the last thing Vrabel wanted to discuss, and we've got about 30 seconds before we break.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something he doesn't really care to do. It really puts a little spotlight on their off-season decision-making, and that's what the conclusion will be. Are they taking into account every issue to a guy? Now, Stephon Diggs has been a character on 100 levels, contract, sideline behavior, and now we may be entering off the field. So, yeah, he's not happy about doing that at all. And I'm wondering how the owner feels about that.
Pat Kerwin, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, brought to us courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Someone who has a talented young quarterback who doesn't have a quality tight end should be thinking of seriously, if they're going to do this, to go grab him. Carolina, Trumbull's got a back issue and he's not very good. Atlanta, you can have Kyle Pitts. We'll give him to you. That young quarterback could use him.
Listen, I think I don't know that Zach Ertz has a whole lot left. I think the only reason he had the stats he had last year was Jaden Daniels. To me, if you're Washington, I don't think there's much tread left on that tire. I'd upgrade to Jonnu Smith if I were the Commanders.
Yeah, Zach is 34 years old and there's nothing behind him. They think Sanat's going to be okay, but when you play him 26% of the plays and he plays all 17 games, he hasn't arrived. So yeah, any place with a young quarterback who really could use the benefits of a tight end running little Y option stuff right in front of him. I mean, that is really how Lamar started. And they played 3 tight ends a whole bunch when he was a rookie and a sophomore there. And they were really good. But
who's the tight end in Seattle?
Seattle right now is Noah Fant.
Gotcha.
He's just average. They like Barner, though, the guy behind him, but he hasn't done anything. He's a couple of touchdowns.
The Jets, you're right. The Jets should actually get him. I don't know if the Dolphins would trade him to the Jets, but the Jets should get him.
Yeah, I have to tell you, the Giants should too.
They should. They won't.
No, but they should. I had a fun conversation with Patrick Ricard yesterday. What a good guy. He was pretty outspoken about his team and who's who and how things work there. There they are. And he told me everybody is at OTAs. Think about that. The rest of the world is addressing why guys aren't around. He says, no, everyone's here. We're practicing hard.
They have no excuses this year if their key players stay healthy. They don't. There's not a GM in the league that would take their roster over the Ravens.
You aren't kidding.
They won't say it out loud. Howie won't admit it. Brett Veach won't admit it. But it's the best roster in the league.
That it is. And they have done a very good job of not drafting or signing a lot of guys that don't fit. They have really a combination of talent and love of the game, if you will, call it whatever you want. Those guys, we ranked them, each position group we're done, and Baltimore so far is the only team to make it into the top 5 in every quarterback. They made it in running backs. They're going to make it in tight ends. They're just pretty good.
They got to win.
Yeah. You know what?
They got to win in January. They always win in the regular season.
Right.
Well, they're the same as Buffalo. Holmes is going to get a bunch of guys fired before his career is over.
Hey, this is like playing against Jordan in the East in the 90s. I mean, there are a lot of really good teams.
Well, how many guys got fired over Brady?
In the East right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there are dominant teams out there. I mean, we just went through it. Dallas has lost 3 straight Eastern Conference or Western Conference finals in hockey. They're really good.
Yeah. Well, Favre did it to people when he was in Green Bay. Rodgers to a degree, but Mahomes is doing what Brady did.
Uh-huh.
It's really amazing when you get a guy that's so good, and you might be maybe a better roster, at least as good, and you can't crack the code on the postseason.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kerwin. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains. And in about 3 months' time, CBS's NFL Today show. Hey, they announced the preseason games yesterday that'll be nationally televised. Do you have to work the preseason game for CBS, or can you wait until September 7th?
I'm off. I'm not on those at all. And Jim Miller has the Bears, so I think Bears is week 2. That he won't have to do. That's a nationally televised Sunday game. He usually comes off the camp tour to go do Bears games. And week 2, which is really when we're on the road every day, we're at a different team. That they put the Bears on national TV on a Sunday, so Jim will not do it. It'll be the network people. So I won't lose him for that couple of days. It's always a strange middle of the camp tour. Jim disappears, and I play golf in whatever city we're stuck in.
Pat, last year we watched C.J. Stroud. I don't know about take a step back, maybe take a step horizontal after a great rookie season. We had a lot of really good rookie quarterbacks last year. I mean, they all, Drake May was good. Daniels was excellent. Bo Nix exceeded expectations. Which second-year quarterback are you most worried about, whether it's taking a step sideways or taking a step back?
Well, especially if they haven't done well. I think Daniels is going to be fine. I think he is a rare bird, and the way he handles himself, the way he attacks his profession, I don't worry about him at all taking a step back. Now, I have to always remind myself that the defense did not spend the whole offseason not thinking about how to play him better. It was when I was in the league, it was amazing. The defensive coaches, they are all talking to each other around the league about, hey, you played him last year. What would you do different this year? And so that'll be interesting to see how they play him defensively and what coverages were problem, what were his true escape lanes, what protections was he always in. They're going to go through all that stuff. And every year when I was there, we always had an off-season project, and I often got the one of give me the evolution of the young quarterback, whoever it was at the time. And Bledsoe, I did him, and you really can see the pattern of what are the things that worked against him. So he'll be challenged by that, but I think he'll overcome it. To me, it's all about Caleb. They went and fired a coach again. They went and hired a guy that is well known with a reputation for offense. I don't know. Does Caleb stick his foot in his mouth every time he talks? I always feel like he's not embracing his relationship with the club, the fans. That's a rough town to be the way he is. And we get a lot of people that are starting to doubt him. So there'll be more pressure on him than ever. And we're going to find out if a coach can do what he did with Detroit, with Chicago. So that's the one for me that I think it wasn't very good. It could get worse.
Didn't he try this week to change the narrative and to talk about how much he wanted Chicago? Now, I don't know if people believe him.
They don't.
But I thought this week he tried to change the narrative, refute what's coming out in the book in a couple months, and say, no, man, I want to be first overall. I want to do this.
I don't think from what I hear, they're not believing him. That's a tough crowd there. So the only thing he can do for them is play great, because they suspect that he did say it. His dad was quoted. There's a lot of stuff there. So he applied more pressure to himself than less pressure. If you go back and look at Carolina, the kid didn't play very good as a rookie. He was quiet, and he was better by the end of last year. He actually performed a little bit like a guy that might be making progress. But Mark's question, as soon as you asked it, I couldn't get my mind off Caleb. I couldn't.
Well, and I mean, to me, he might have been the worst of the bunch of the rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah. Again, when you're picked at the top, you're expected to play good, and he didn't. And this is a city with the scars of firing other first round quarterbacks, not first picks, but this is the third in a row. What team franchise is built by making the mistake in the draft at quarterback 3 times? And what is it, a 7 or 8 year period?
Well, but Pat, we certainly have a theory, and I think you agree with it more than you disagree. You keep picking quarterbacks till you get it right, because you only have to be right once to have a really good 10 to 15 years.
Correct. But you don't need to go in the first round all the time. You better start trying some veterans once in a while and get a little breather between Trubisky and Fields and now this one. Do you think they'll draft the one in the first round the next time, which could happen in 2 years?
I hate to say it, Pat. If it doesn't work, I would. I don't know what choice you have.
I agree with that.
You look at the league right now, Pat, and there aren't a lot of guys that weren't first round draft picks that start in the NFL.
Oh, I know. The first round's where the quarterbacks are at. But if you've made the mistake 3 times in a row, at least fire the guy who makes the decision.
Well, I agree. We don't think that Poles gets a chance to draft the next quarterback. But if we don't think Caleb's going to work out, somebody's going to be taking a quarterback in Chicago in 3 years' time. Hey, when you're doing these evaluations of position groups, like there are some teams that have been brought up during the offseason. How good do we think they are this year? The Chargers, the Broncos, all right, Arizona. Just curious, when you're starting to do these position groups, is a team out there raising your eyebrow going, wow, they're better than I thought?
Well, you brought up the 2 ones that are discussed the most on our show. So let me just start with Denver. Denver found their quarterback. He's good. Throws 29 touchdowns last year. They know they got their guy. And he's being coached by a guy who really knows how to develop them. So that is their giant step forward of being very good and good enough to maybe beat Kansas City. I don't know. I think they're going to be right in there. Jim thinks it's the Chargers that are going to come and give a battle to Kansas City. But I like both of those teams. But they also fit the mold of when superstars play for a long time, they destroy teams that are good. You mentioned Dallas in hockey. Denver and the Chargers could be excellent football teams, but if they don't take down the Chiefs, they're at best wild cards. And sometimes it's very hard for all 3 to make it. So I hope they're good enough to take the big boys down once, just so they can get into the game. But right now they're on the outside looking in because of, as we discussed a lot here, the quarterbacks in the AFC. Not only is it going to be hard on them to beat Kansas City out of the top spot and actually get home game, but you also have, you have the Ravens and the Bills, and you have a lot of good quarterbacks in the AFC. So sometimes that's where a team that's really good could be buried. I think the NFC is where there's always opportunity. It's a shaky conference in a sense. You look at it and you go, where's the surprise team that's going to do something right now that we're not ready to see? We didn't see it coming. I like the NFC West for that discussion. I really do. And I think Arizona is interesting. And I also think Seattle's interesting because we got to take someone that hasn't done it, hasn't been in the playoffs in a while, certainly not last year, and then ask ourselves, are they one of the 5 teams that are going to make it that didn't make it last year? I have a hard time finding 5 every Labor Day. I can never find 5. But the numbers say you should try to find 5 teams. NFC is where I think some action will happen.
Yes, it is. And that's why, I hate to say this because I don't even like talking about this team, but I look at Dallas and you see with Prescott coming back, adding the receiver, I thought they had a nice draft. I think they could be a team that's on the rebound, Pat.
Yep, I agree with that. And the Giants right now, I know it's David's team, but yeah, I also look for a place where there's at least a 2 automatic wins kind of situation. And if you get that's another reason, like the NFC South, you'd like to think that something could happen there. You got some winnable games, to say the least.
That's why Tampa may have a better record than people think. He's Pat Kerwin, NFL Radio, moving the chains, weekdays 3 to 7, joining us once again on Miller and Moulton, courtesy of Pinchers. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I haven't gone, Irish, I have not gone through the Denver schedule the way that you have. Here's my problem, and I've only got 10 seconds before we go back on. Irish, I don't recall you ever saying a good thing about another team that wasn't the Denver Broncos, the Houston Astros, or Notre Dame. Your perspective is only on your teams. They're the greatest. Everybody sucks. Okay? That's it. That's what you offer us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Final segment for those in Live Oak, Lake City and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. The bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 awaits at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 90 days away from the start of the college football season. Week 0 doesn't count. There's only 4 games. We count it the Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend when there's 16 games on the schedule. Thank you very much. And 97 days, 14 weeks yesterday, till the Eagles host the Cowboys and get the 2025 NFL season underway. Sorry, the Hall of Fame game in 2 months does not count as far as we're concerned. Our poll question: the College Football Hall of Fame had a criteria. A coach had to have a 600 winning percentage or higher to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. Mike Leach, when he suffered his massive heart attack and died, had a winning percentage of 596. Some folks said to the Hall of Fame, "You're going to round that up to 600?" They said, no, he's not eligible. Well, 2 years later, they've reconsidered. So now they are not rounding up. They've lowered the standard that must be met to 595 instead of 600. Do you agree with their decision to do that to make Mike Leach a Hall of Famer? Yay or nay?
Do you like essentially these type of rules? Like the LPGA, trust me, we're not going to spend more than 5 seconds on this. But the LPGA has a strict criteria. You have to win X, do Y, do Z to be considered for the Hall of Fame. If you don't meet the criteria, you can't get in. They've left some pretty good players out of their Hall of Fame for not meeting the criteria. Do you like a criteria to make the Hall of Fame? I don't, for what it's worth. Like Mike Leach, whether he won 58, 59, or 60% of his games, was one of the most innovative coaches that's ever come into college football. He changed the way the game was played. He's an innovator. He changed things. He's a Hall of Famer, regardless of the record. And there are some guys with obscene records that, because of where they coached and the time of it, to me, don't have the same representation to the sport of what Mike Leach had. Where are you, David?
I like the LPGA establishing a point criteria, but I think it's too strict. Like, I don't think they give enough points for certain things. My thing with the LPGA is you need to adjust your criteria if Laura Davies isn't going to be in your Hall of Fame. By the way, she's in the World Golf Hall of Fame, but she's not in your Hall of Fame. Then you need to find a way to give. She's 1 point away, by the way, and she's not going to get it now because she's 60. Okay. But, so Mark, I actually like the concept on paper, but it's too strict for me. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I would ditch it entirely. Okay. Here's another reason why I don't like the coach's winning percentage. Howard Schnellenberger is not eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame because he took on a couple of places where, 3-4 years, he, put 3 and 8s on the board, turning programs that were nothing into something. Okay. Well, I mean, Howard Schnellenberger is barely a 500 coach. I think his winning percentage is like 512 or something like that. Really? R.C. Slocum's a Hall of Famer and Howard Schnellenberger's not?
Right.
I mean, come on now.
You've got to be subjective at some point.
Right. I mean, just because R.C. Slocum could go 8-3, 8-4 at Texas A&M for 10 years doesn't make him a Hall of Fame coach, but he's got a Hall of Fame winning percentage. And he's a nice guy, and you guys put him in the Hall of Fame. Are you serious? Over Howard Schnellenberger? who made Miami football, who, by the way, resurrected Louisville football after that whole USFL thing. I mean, and for that matter, not only made FAU football, got him a stadium built. And he's not in the Hall of Fame? Come on now. So I like actually assigning points, okay, but I wouldn't want it to be a strict guide. I would like people to use it to be able to go, like if they're not thinking of someone for the Hall of Fame, Mark, and all of a sudden they start adding up points and they go, I'll be damned, so-and-so's got adds up to 25 points. I might have to reconsider so-and-so. That's Hall of Fame material right there. But I wouldn't use it as a strict guide.
Fair enough. The other thing we spent some time talking about, and it's starting to get a little traction by the NHL people I follow, is last night, and we know most of you don't care about the Dallas Stars, but their head coach made a decision last night that left Miller and Moulton both baffled. Their goaltender gave up 2 goals on 2 shots through 7:13 of the first period.
Was it that long?
I thought it was. It might not have been that long, but I thought the goals were a little later in the period. He pulls Jake Ottinger, their number 1 goalie, who had been their number 1 goalie forever. And 7:09 the second goal scored. It was a little because Perry scored early in the game. Janmark scored 7:09 into the first. He calls a timeout, and then he pulls his goalie. The goalie was pissed. I mean, not upset. He was angry. When you see goalies get pulled midseason and the goalies play bad, even in the playoffs, the 2 goalies always give each other a fist bump. Ottinger didn't even fist bump the backup goaltender. He went right to the locker room. Didn't stop on the bench, went right to the locker room. You were right earlier. If we're working NHL radio today, the poll question is DeBoer fired before game 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah.
The more I think about that question and what you said, you're spot on. I don't think it happens before game 1, but I think it happens before the series is over. You humiliated your number 1 goaltender. Okay, that's fine. Then after the game, you throw him under the bus.
Yeah, you did. His quote was when he was asked about pulling him, and he said, well, he's lost 6 of his last 7 the last 2 years to Edmonton in the playoffs, and he just gave up 2 goals on 2 shots. It's a pretty big sample size. Whoa.
Would have loved to have been in the room and been the guy asking the follow-up question. How was your defense? Because 2 shots in 7 minutes is pretty damn good. But the 2 shots they got were 2 guys that were wide open in front of the net.
Right. How can that be?
I know you're trying to spark your team. I get it. That's what the timeout was for. You didn't have to do both.
Well, the other thing is that now, you got to be pretty snarky, and you also got to have some onions to then when DeBoer is laying out Ottinger go, well, you've lost 3 straight conference finals. Okay. Should the Stars pull you? You've lost 6 straight conference finals, by the way, going back to your other 2 jobs before this in San Jose and Vegas. I mean, it is remarkable in a 13-year coaching career. He's been to at least 7 conference finals because he took the Devils to the Stanley Cup finals in 2012. I mean, Peter DeBoer's done a boatload of winning.
His game 7 record's impeccable. The guy can coach.
Yeah,
he'll be unemployed for 30 seconds if he gets fired, by the way. I mean, he'll be coaching somewhere if he wants to be next year, if he indeed gets fired.
But DeBoer's getting fired here, and the Stanley Cup finals start Wednesday. And Mark, I don't think he makes it. I think the GM, stews over it on the weekend, and the players clear out their lockers tomorrow. And I think Sunday night, Monday morning, Peter DeBoer's getting fired. And oh, by the way, the fact that you pointed out earlier, he's entering now the final year of his contract. Ottinger signed for what, 7 more years?
Right. So their general manager, Jim Nill, who does a great job assembling a roster and has for a long time, The Stars stole him. He was the AGM of the Wings when they were rolling, and he's been in Dallas for quite a long time. I think it's his 10th or 11th season, maybe 12 seasons, done a terrific job there. He's got a hell of a decision in front of him. And trust me, if this were any other sport and this happened, would be the lead story of the day. The lead story of the day for the rest of you listening to sports radio will be the Knicks forcing a Game 6.
Can I examine another post game from last night? Have you seen the interaction between Greg Doyle, columnist, Indy Star, controversial columnist, very opinionated? I think he's very good. He got into it a little bit with Caitlin.
He's a jerk.
Okay. I think he's a very good columnist, though. Columnist's job is to have a strong opinion. He's a good writer, and he forces the readers to react. I think that's a big part of being a columnist, but that's fine. So
he literally he took on Caitlin Clark. He goes, he picks one lane and really tries to drive it home to create controversy, in my opinion.
Don't disagree, by the way. So he's having a conversation with Pascal Siakam after the game. It's the group setting. It's the group post game, but Siakam's sitting at the podium. All right. And Siakam answers, the Knicks just played harder. And Greg Doyle says, how's that possible? And Siakam answers, they played harder. It happens. And Doyle goes, in Game 5? And Siakam goes, you good, bro? I told you. What else you want me to tell you? And Doyle says, I want you to tell me how. And Siakam goes, you tell me. And then he pauses, he looks around, and he goes, who is this guy? So that was the exchange last night.
And Siakam kind of laughed it off. I watched it this morning. I didn't think Siakam was rude, mean at any point. I thought he was very professional. He even kind of laughed.
Right.
He was not combative back to Doyle. Doyle kept trying to be combative. Siakam kept trying to lower the temperature of the room.
And let's just say I agree with what you said 100%. And Doyle doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt because he has a reputation, and you're right. He had his theme that he picked up on, and he was going to pound that rock for the rest of the night. Isn't this a topic that a lot of us, certainly fans, but even members of the media, wonder from time to time, really? You got out-efforted? You're in the Eastern Conference Finals. You got out-efforted? I get the whole urgency. Okay, they're facing elimination, but, I mean, he's just trying to say, hey, man, how can you just have the other team just flat play harder than you? Play better is one thing. You sense that they had more urgency than us. You know, we needed to match in the beginning their intensity, and we didn't. But I don't know. I actually think it's a decent point to discuss. How in the world can somebody just play harder than you? It's Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final. You could say to Siakam, although he was with Toronto when they won the title, but you could say to the Indiana Pacers, last night was the biggest game of your life. Get a chance to go to the NBA Finals. How does somebody play harder than you?
And I thought what Siakam said in this, when he asked, he goes, it just happens, man. Sometimes it just happens. Looking back, essentially said, looking back upon the game, they played harder than us. They made more. What is it that Siakam should have said in your opinion?
Well, no, are you okay? Like, do you find that that's a reasonable answer? And let me tell you why. Okay. And I think you just said to you, that's reasonable. Siakam post game is reflecting on the night, and he's just telling Greg Doyle, well, now I'm thinking about what happened. I think they played harder. Okay. And Doyle is trying to go, how the hell can that be? And Siakam's going, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but they did. They played harder than us. They wanted it more. And I'm just wondering, can you live with that as a fan? Can you understand that as a member of the media and go, yeah, okay, I get it?
If it were, I don't know what answer Siakam could have given that would have satisfied Doyle. That's what I don't know. I thought he was pretty honest. He's like, look, they played harder than we did. I don't know why. We thought we were ready.
Right. We know what it takes. Okay, but they played harder than us. Okay. The one thing, and I know we're up against it time-wise, the one thing that, like, I would not be crushing Siakam, even though I think the point that Doyle is raising is a legitimate point of discussion. Okay, should you get out-efforted in the playoffs? And is that allowable given a circumstance? But also, like, Siakam's being brutally honest here. And Mark, what is it that we ask from our, please, could you give us honesty?
And that's all he did. And I guess I'm going back that, Doyle was flat out creepy with Caitlin Clark.
He was.
So I don't hold Doyle in a lot of high regard. And I thought Siakam was just being honest last night. Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil, are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nix, I get your point there, but if you look at the comebacks in these playoffs, particularly with Indiana and the Knicks, I mean, Indiana was down 20 at one point in that game. They closed it to 10. So I don't think they gave up. I think they didn't shoot worth the damn and got behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Well, Nix, I'll say this: the Oklahoma City Thunder at home are a problem. I think they played one home game under that they won by less than 15.
If I were to play the schedule game with the Broncos, Irish, I would say somewhere I think 11's reasonable. Based on who they play, the order in which they play them, I think 11's reasonable. Is that enough to win the division? I don't know. Watched a video with Nicholas yesterday, David. He used the same 3-wood from 55 until the late 80s.
Yeah,
only regripped it once.
58 to 95, he said. Until he switched, he went metal driver, metal 3-wood.
Right. Had to switch the grip once and the shaft once because he bent it, tapping it on the top of the thing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on this Friday. It's our final show of May. After all, Sunday's June 1st. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: College Football Hall of Fame lowered their winning percentage standard that a coach needs to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. And it was done specifically so that Mike Leach could then be eligible and be voted in as early as 2027. Do you agree with them lowering their standard? They lowered it a very small amount from 600 to 595. Leach's lifetime winning percentage when he died was 596. Are you okay with the College Football Hall of Fame lowering their criteria to get a certain someone into the Hall of Fame, yay or nay?
We got this text on that. He says, what you guys really want is something wishy-washy. Strict rules leave no room for argument. No rules are great. You can dig up weeks of showtime. I like rules that are kept.
I just don't think you can define a career by stats. That, I think, is the fundamental flaw. While I appreciate 80% of what the LPGA did by establishing their points criteria, and by the way, their points criteria, it would be a lot lower than what, like, for instance, if Freddie Couples had that same career on the LPGA Tour, okay, Freddie's not a Hall of Famer. Not close.
I was going to say, I don't think he's close.
Not even one major. Oh, now, but like something I could disagree with. I think they only give you 2 points for winning a major. So you get 1 point for winning the Corning Classic, but you get 2 for winning the U.S. Open. No, I think the U.S. Open should be worth a little bit more than the Corning Classic, which I don't know if they played anymore, but I covered it for years.
We get the point.
Yeah, so that's all. And then it's strictly defining a career by numbers. Well, we talk about, leaders and winning and, also like now playoff stats are not official stats. When Wayne Gretzky's numbers, that Ovechkin broke Gretzky's record, that was a regular season thing. That's not the playoff goals aren't thrown in. This is one of the debates actually that we're having in the NFL when Belichick was still coaching. Okay, they added, I think, playoff wins to Shula's total, which took Shula's total up to 347. Well, then you got to throw playoff wins in with Belichick. They play a lot more playoff games now. He had more playoff wins. It actually got Belichick closer to Shula. It was going to make it easier for him to pass Shula because they counted playoff wins. I think when Shula, quote, broke the record, okay, they weren't counting playoff wins when he broke Callis's record. Mark, it's kind of like in golf. You and I growing up, Jack, when he won the 86 Masters, did what, Mark? That was his 20th major. Because he won 18 pro majors, but he won 2 U.S. amateurs. And through the 86 Masters, the U.S. amateur counted as a major. It did. You could go back and watch the CBS broadcast, by the way. Jack puts out and what have you, and Norman's doing what he's doing on 18, and they say this will be for 20. Well, then if that's the case, then Tiger, who won 15 majors, he won 3 U.S. amateurs. So then, it became, well, then does Tiger have 15 or does he have 18? And does Jack have 18 or does he have 20?
So there's a little bit with Hall of Fames and those type of things that we've been talking about throughout the show. We've spoke about hockey a little bit now that we know the final and when it's going to start, and a little bit on that doesn't even get going until Wednesday. So you hockey fans have a little bit of time off before you get your puck fix.
Hey, by the way, do you know what's being created, at least by certain members of the hockey media? They're trying to turn Paul Maurice, the Panthers head coach, into a villain. And this is seemingly a Canadian-U.S. divide also. His stance on the handshaking line, and if you don't, even if you don't follow hockey, at the end of a playoff series, hockey players, they line up, they shake hands. Well, in the 80s and 90s, the coaches weren't part of the line. Somewhere in the 21st century, coaches joined the line. Paul Maurice has personally decided coaches need to be out of the line. And the last
and gave a very eloquent answer as to why. And when you listen to the answer, it is tough to argue with what Paul Maurice said. He said, you've got all the guys who competed against one another. And then you got a bunch of guys in suits and a bunch of guys in tracksuits. And what he's talking about with the tracksuits are your trainers, your equipment managers, your athletic trainers. And it's this long line. He goes, the guys on their team don't even know who the hands they're shaking are. It should be reserved for the guys who competed against one another. I've always thought that way. For the record, I agree with Paul Maurice.
I do too. And I had never... in thinking back into the 80s and the 90s, and obviously my team was only involved in one winning handshake at the end of the year, but I remembered Keenan and them stayed on the bench.
Yes.
The Rangers coaches were not part of the handshake line between the Rangers and the Canucks in 94. I'm thinking of other handshake lines in my head. And Paul Maurice made a joke in which he said, I don't know. Did one coach decide one day he wanted to shake Gretzky's hand? He goes, or did one coach just have a nice suit and he wanted to get on television? He goes, I don't know when it happened. I really don't. He goes, well, I've always thought we don't belong in the line. And Paul Maurice has now decided he's going to do something about it. And the last 2 series that the Panthers have won, Paul Maurice and his staff have not taken part in the handshake line. And, well, Mark, the Canadian media in particular are basically like, I'm tired of Paul Maurice speaking as if he's the commissioner of the league. I'm tired of him being the mouthpiece, and he's the moral authority as to what is and is not allowed in this league. Okay, because Maurice has had to defend certain hits by Panthers players and this, that, and the other thing. And so some people are growing sick, and it's largely the media north of the border. You know, there's a Toronto-Edmonton thing here, and this could be a little bit of U.S.-Canada thing rearing its ugly head.
Paul Maurice, you know what? Hey, Canada, screw you, okay? Learn how to tip first. Let's start with that. We'll start with you learning how to properly tip at a restaurant. Secondly, this guy's not good for hockey. He's great for hockey. There hasn't been a more quotable, funnier coach in that league that I can recall in my lifetime. I mean, literally when, and is it Redmond who threw Biz the shot on TNT?
Yeah, Jackie Redmond, yeah.
About being on the bench. Yeah. And they immediately because she was interviewing Paul Maurice. And she throws it back and she's, well, speaking of the bench, Biz knows a lot about that. They pan Maurice. He's got this little look and makes a funny look on his face. He gets it. He gets the game. He's been around it a long time. I know people that have played for Paul Maurice. They think very highly of him as a coach.
You know, people in Canadian media largely going after him saying, you know, until 2 years ago, he was a disappointment. Okay. I mean, big deal. You know, he went to 1 finals. He didn't do anything in Winnipeg. Okay. He got the job in Hartford when he was young because, you know, he was friends with the owner. Okay. And I mean, people are going after Paul Maurice. They're like, we're tired of him. And now he's messing with the handshake line.
No, he's actually bringing the handshake like back to what it was. You guys all love old school. All you ever do in every sport is bitch and moan about how great the game used to be and how much it's not like it used to be now. Well, he's doing something that was like the game used to be, and you Canadians want to pee all over that too. Good for you. Go Panthers, winning 4.
And so the series begins Wednesday in Edmonton.
Good gracious.
And I
like Edmonton a lot, David. You know that. I love watching this team play.
Well, I mean, how could you not like watching Connor McDavid? And they're going back to wearing the old unis. Hello? Don't know why you switched. But anyway, so the series is going to start north of the border. My guess is there'll be in Edmonton media availability. I'm guessing will be Monday. Don't know if they'll just hold off until the day before the game, but who knows? Maybe it's as early as Monday. But just, I'm telling you, you know, the hockey media can be divvied up, okay? And there's definitely a Canadian media. And remember, Edmonton hasn't won in 35 years. Canada hasn't won in 32. And the U.S. has been beaten Canada in every major international competition here for a while now. They've lost their sense of humor about it.
I mean, their big win was the 4 Nations.
Right. A made-for-TV event for a week and a half. We loved it. I hope they play it every year. But it is what it is. So I'm just saying they're trying to make Paul Maurice the bad guy, and they're trying certain sections of the hockey media world are trying to put him in the black hat. I just wanted to point that out. Because they're going to be pounding this point home with him, you know, and he's going to be getting a certain line of questioning. And let's just say Edmonton wins game 1. Okay. You know, that'll just, those that are on their horse, it'll just be like, you know, those Greg Doyle questions to Siakam. They're going to keep pounding it, man. Some people are tired of the Panthers. Some people don't like their style of play. And now they're sick of their coach. which is
And
funny.
the fact of the matter is that they all like their style of play.
Right.
They just don't like the fact that it's not their team that plays that style of play.
Exactly.
Trust me.
It's the style of play they've been wishing for most of this century.
Right.
That their team would play, and it's not. It's funny if you're in Toronto and you don't like Paul Maurice. You have been begging since the Pat Burns teams of the mid-'90s to play the way the Panthers play. You have. Okay, why is it you want to get rid of your entire core four? Because they don't play like the Panthers core four does. Okay, but yet the Panthers suck. Got it. Okay.
So one of the things that's got us a little fired up, the Greg Doyle Siakam story got me a little fired up. David likes him as a columnist, and I respect all your reasons why, because you are right. The columnist is supposed to write columns that get you fired up one way or the other. That's their job.
Right. Like, I hate him as a talking head. Skip Bayless was a tremendous columnist. That's the job of the columnist. Don't have to agree with him, but you need to be moderately intelligent and well-written and have a strong opinion.
Miller and Moulton. When we come back, we were actually right about something. I know. I'm as shocked as you are. We'll explain on the other side. Miller_Moulton on X. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, I mean, I've asked for 2 days in a row, Nix. Nix, by the way, you made a really good comment. I don't know which one it was. You made a comment, and we were coming back on. That was very, very intelligent. That's all I'm asking, Irish, because I'm guessing you've watched every game and probably rewatched the film because you're one of the smartest sports fans I've ever met. But I've asked you for 2 days. Give me the dirty play against Carolina in the series. Give me the dirty play. Yes, Bennett hit the goaltender. The goaltender was concussed from the slap shot. Doctors have said that. It wasn't the hit. So tell me the last dirty play that the Florida Panthers have committed, because I can give you several, but that have been committed against them. Aho went after Reinhardt's knee. Tell me the play. Point it out in that series. Or did you watch every game in the series, or are you just saying they're dirty? I'm just curious. It's wonderful during the breaks. You guys can all hide and say, I wasn't paying any attention. That's great. I'm accountable for 4 hours every day. 4 hours right here. You have my email address. Hell, you can have my cell phone if you want. I don't give a damn. Not like I answered if I don't know who it is. I mean, don't kid yourself, Deadstroke. I sometimes don't answer it if I know who it is. So Sunday's my mom's birthday. She was over last weekend we have my mom over for dinner a lot. She does a lot for us. And she said, I said, what do you want for your birthday? She says, I just want a nice dinner. So I tell her what I'm going to make her. She says, that's great. Yesterday, she calls me, and it was a pocket dial, but then she hung up, and then she called back, and she said, it's something about, she started with first, because she wanted to tell my wife something. Why she didn't call my wife is beyond me. And then told me something else, and then said, oh, by the way, can I change what I want for dinner on Sunday?
Had you already gone shopping?
I hadn't, but I was going to make something that was going to be very good. It was a one-pot meal. Makes life a little easier on me for cleanup and for cooking. A lot of work early, not a lot of work after.
Okay.
She literally asked for the one thing that will dirty my entire kitchen and take me an hour to clean up. It will use more dishes than anything that I make. By the way, that's great, Irish. There you go again on a different topic. You couldn't answer me. I've asked you for 2 days the same GD question. And you won't answer it because you don't have an answer and you just change topics. That's what you do in here. That's what pisses me off.
And let's face it, you don't have a choice. She's got rank.
Oh, done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts, a pick or two. All coming up. Stanley Cup Finals. It's a rematch. It's set. NBA Finals. Oklahoma City Thursday night will be hosting either the Pacers or the Knicks. Knicks kept the series alive. Pacers 3.5-point favorite tomorrow night to win, end it, and go to their second ever NBA Finals. Neither franchise won the NBA Finals. And if by chance the Knicks get it done, they haven't won in 52 years, which is the last time the Pacers won a championship. They were in the ABA. They did win the 73 ABA title. So both Pacers and Knicks, the last time they have a banner hanging in their building is from 73. It's just different titles.
Every time I hear you say ABA banners, I just kick myself. I've told the story before, but I was working for the Nashville Knights hockey team. We were playing the Hampton Roads Admirals. They play in Norfolk, Virginia. There was a long route from where you parked the bus to the visiting locker room. And when we'd get into town, you'd unload all the gear. I was the broadcaster. I always helped unload the gear. It was the job of the trainers and basically the rookies. And I always jumped in, figured it was a good way to endear myself to the team and management, and particularly the equipment manager, because even the broadcasters need the equipment manager from time to time, whether it's information or a cup of coffee.
Mark, let's be honest. Okay, quick sidebar. Who knows more about the team? The general manager or the equipment manager?
The equipment manager. They know who shows up hungover. They see him first. And, hockey players who, and I know they don't party the way they used to. They just don't. Athletes are a different breed. But back in the day when I worked, there was a lot of guys that would show up hungover, that went out hard the night before games. And they would douse themselves in Bengay to try to mask the smell of the booze that was permeating off of them. Well, who's the first person they see when they get in the locker room? The equipment manager. And so they know everything. But anyhow, there was a shortcut to the Hampton Roads Admirals visiting locker room. And you had to kind of duck under a corridor and you went through a room, but it saved 5 minutes of walking all the way around. And as we're bringing the stick bag, it's heavy, all the players' sticks, long bag, Mark Jones and I are carrying the stick bag through this thing, and I see a wrapped up banner. And after we dropped off the stick bag, I walked back through and said,
Virginia Squires?
It was the Virginia Squires championship banner. And I was so close. And I even talked to Jonesy about it. I'm like, think we can stuff this in the stick bag? And he said, oh, yeah. And do you want to, I'm young. I wanted to be an NHL broadcaster. Do you really want to lose your job and your profession over stealing something out of an arena and the chance of getting caught?
Plus, also, you start thinking about it. What am I going to do with it? Hang it in my apartment? I mean, where am I going to put this?
Always thought it would have been a great pool table cover. That's what I thought it would be. But I didn't take it. And I've kicked myself every day for not taking it.
Because that was Julius Erving in the Virginia Squires before he got sent to the Nets. The New York Nets, because they were playing on Long Island.
But I digress, because I told you before the break that on the rare occasion, we were right. I don't know if you've noticed since yesterday's show through today that all of a sudden, the writers across the country that cover college sports are now talking about Charlie Baker, the head of the NCAA, increasing the size of the NCAA basketball tournament.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, unlike college football, where the NCAA really has no say, this is their marquee event. Still, the powers that be have not wrestled this or any other championship away from the NCAA. I wonder if in 10, 12, 15, 20 years, if they will. But right now, contractually, they can't, at least till the middle of next decade. Damn. Quick sidebar, don't laugh. Okay, the folks involved in women's college basketball, and we said it at the time. Okay, we're wrong about a lot of things. But remember that side contract got announced between the NCAA and ESPN about all the other championships that are not the men's tournament? And it was for like $100-something million a year. That's all the other championships get. Total. It's like 20 championships. And ESPN pays like 100 or something million a year. And we're like, and 60 or 65 million of it's going to go towards women's basketball. And we're like, they're getting shortchanged. That's a lot of programming. That thing's getting ratings. They should be getting a lot more money than that. And sure enough, took about a year. Dawn Staley and a few people are like, we should break away and do our own thing. we're not getting enough money. So, but that's, the NCAA. Charlie Baker's the president of the NCAA, if you don't know. Yep. 72 or 76, Mark.
Crap. I mean, the NCAA can screw up a good thing. They really can.
Now, I will say it. Okay. I need to make sure I say this properly. There is a writer out there who is not in favor of it, but he has pointed out, think of all the expansion that has taken place in playoffs and all your other sports. And the NCAA has expanded their tournament by 4 teams once in the last 40 years. I mean, they went to 64 in 85. And obviously they've added 4 teams. In 40 years, they've added 4 teams to the NCAA tournament. And it's Seth Davis who said, take a look at all the other sports and look at how they've expanded their playoffs. And think about how many more teams are playing Division I college basketball now than were 40 years ago. He goes, are you sure they're out of line if they don't add 4 or 8 more teams? Does that change anyone's perspective on this at all?
It doesn't change mine for the simple reason, David, of all the teams they've added. And you and I are a little more privy to this than most because you're not anymore, but I'm in FGCU's backyard. You worked for FGCU for over a decade. We watched them make the transition to Division I. They had a miraculous run as a 15 seed to get to a Sweet 16. One of the most impressive runs in the history of the tournament for a team seeded that low. Did anybody think before that tournament that they could win the tournament? These teams that are making the jump are small schools. They don't have the investment necessary to really be big-time college sports. But for one reason or another, they think D1's the way to go. I mean, you got that where our buddy Marty Richter's coaching.
South Carolina Upstate.
South Carolina Upstate. It's a Division I men's basketball program. David, what does their gymnasium hold?
800 people.
How is a team that holds 800 people ever going to compete with a school that can put 20,000 in their arena and has a lucrative TV contract for their conference? It's impossible.
Right. To win a championship, it's not. Now, I will just say, quick sidebar, South Carolina Upstate in the NCAA baseball tournament later today. Now, nobody thinks they're going to win a regional and go to a super regional or anything like that. But, it's what Mark's pointing out. Doesn't mean these teams can't make the tournament and maybe have, a moment. But they ain't winning 8 championships. Yeah, Spartanburg, South Carolina, 800 people. It used to hold almost 900, but they put in new seats that were bigger and more comfortable, and they lost the ability to seat like 90 people.
And that's a Division I program. I mean, I've always had a dream to bring a bowl game to Southwest Florida. You have to have a stadium that holds a certain number of people. Until we get that stadium, we've got no chance for a bowl game. Them's the rules.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection. Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700.
That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, you proved my point because you ran to the internet to try to find a story to back up what you said. If you read that article, he pointed out actually one play that he thought was dirty. He says there's at least 10 more. Doesn't point out any. Pointed out a cross-check on Aho that Aho retaliated on. There are missed calls and retaliation in every game in hockey that's ever been played, first. Secondly, he then went after Marchand for going after Gottsberg, and he basically said it was an unprovoked attack. Gottsberg shot the puck at Marchand. Marchand dropped his gloves and went after him and got a misconduct and got taken out of the game. It was a 2 and a 10. They got a power play and got Marchand kicked out. And there wasn't anybody that didn't defend Marchand for going after him, for having him shoot the puck at him. Once again, you run to the internet. How many games of that series did you watch front to back? I'm curious because I watched every damn minute. And the minutes I didn't watch, I was listening to on radio because I was having to pick my daughter up.
The other thing is, it's not a dirty play if you come at someone from the front. What Marchand did wasn't dirty.
No.
He dropped the gloves right in front of him. By the way, Marchand's 6 inches smaller than the guy.
And Gottsberg turtled, wouldn't even drop
Right.
his shoes and fight him because he's a big, gigantic you-know-what.
The other thing is that cross-checking happens in hockey all the time. Now, if you cross-check someone in the head
Or
in the
from
back of the
behind.
neck, or from, that's a different story. But
And
you
he
know,
tries to say that Bob was getting hit because Carolina players were pushing that Florida players were pushing Carolina players into Bob. I don't know what game the guy who covers the NFL was watching, but trust me, I'll tell you this right now. I've covered hockey a lot more than that guy has. A lot more. Now, I'm on pills for my blood pressure. My blood pressure is just fine.
That play in game one that forward did to Bob, that was dirty. That was
the Russian forward there. That was the dirtiest play of the series.
It was.
And Aho's shot at the knee of Reinhart was the second dirtiest play of the series.
And then Bob puts his mask back on, shakes it off. They drop the puck, and the next time through, a guy from the other side conveniently falls over a Panthers defenseman and kicks Bob in the head with his.
And I thought that was by accident. I actually disagree. I think that just happened. But he did get kicked in the head.
No penalty on either play, by the way.
In the one by the forward, the Russian forward there, every announcer said it should have been a penalty.
In fact, they called it dirty.
I know you didn't write the story. I read the story. It's 6 paragraphs. It took me 14 seconds to read. The guy had no substance in it. It's a guy that just doesn't like the Panthers. I can dispute both things he said very easily, and I just did. But when I asked you, you've got to go find an article because you don't have anything off the top of your head. Stick to the Broncos, Irish. You've got them nailed. And Notre Dame. Hell, they might have the number 1 recruiting class in the country right now.
I will say, Marcus.
I hope it makes you happy. I mean, Irish, I got to tell you, you do a hell of a job of pissing me off to no end every day. And if that's your objective in this Twitch chat room, you've won, dude. You've effing won.
Thanks, Irish. Really helps me out. But I will say, I think Marcus Freeman did more to save the USC series when yesterday he was asked and he said, I want to play him every year and it doesn't matter to me when we play him. So if we have to play him in early September, fine. Doesn't matter to me if we're playing them at their place in November or our place in October. It doesn't matter to me at all. But I think we should play them every year. I'm impressed with myself there. That was a large helping of tuna mac, and I'm just about done with it.
I've watched you. You've done well.
Thank you. I didn't think I could get it done. I thought I was going to have to leave the spoon in the container and put the container in the fridge and then get to it before anybody else. But no, I can finish that sucker.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. It's our last segment of the week, our last segment of May. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Poll question: College Football Hall of Fame lowering their criteria for coaches to be Hall of Fame eligible. Slight amount from 600 to 595, but it does specifically now make Mike Leach eligible for the Hall of Fame because he had a career winning percentage of 596. Do you agree with the College Football Hall of Fame making that adjustment?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by the good folks at Game Day Men's Health. Bonita Springs in Naples is where they're located. You can call them at 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton, and you get 10% off. David, we start in 1431 today.
Okay.
19-year-old Joan of Arc is burned at the stake.
Man, it seems to be an overreaction to me.
Probably was. 1539, Hernando de Soto's expedition of 10 ships and 700 men lands in Florida, somewhere between Port Charlotte and Tampa, they say. 1806, future President Andrew Jackson kills Charles Dickinson in a duel after Dickinson accused Jackson's wife of bigamy. Good to know that you could win a duel in a battle and still become president in 1806.
Standards were different then, Mark.
Damn right.
I mean, when they asked you, did you ever kill a man? You could say, yes, sir.
I don't know if this is actually the case, but it's the first documented case. Today in 1896, the first car accident occurred. Henry Wells hits a cyclist in New York City. Them damn bikers not staying in the bike lanes, always been a problem.
And I believe that there was a lawyer that was nearby, and that began that whole industry.
1911, the first Indy 500. Ray Haroon was the winner. The average speed, 74.6 miles per hour.
Well, they were driving on those damn bricks. Have you ever driven on bricks?
Yes.
They're uneven.
Down Saginaw had the cobblestone street.
Right. It's tough to do. They're uneven. Your car can actually, you can hit a brick a certain way. You kind of move. I mean, you can't do a straight line necessarily. Never mind if you're doing it at, 76 miles an hour, you said? Back in the day? It's a tough race.
Right. 1927, Walter Johnson records his 110th and final shutout of his baseball career. 1961, A.J. Foyt takes the lead with 3 laps to go to win his first of 4 Indy 500s. 1964, Love Me Do by the Beatles was the #1 song in the land. Today in 67, Evel Knievel jumped 16 automobiles in Gardena, California. Love Evel Knievel.
Okay, so did you and your friends used to create with, boards?
With the Evel Knievel ramp, and you pumped the thing, and then it shot off and jumped? Yes.
No, I meant you with your bike, and you used
Oh,
to,
yeah.
Did you ever used to jump things?
There was a hill in my neighborhood, a small hill, and then you'd go off-road and try to jump, and I remember nearly killing myself doing that one time. That was my last jump. I did not have the kahunas of Evel Knievel to redo that jump because it hurt like a son of a gun.
I think about it a lot because I did it with my bike, in which I went over the handlebars quite a few times. I can't believe that I didn't break a collarbone or something with some of the falls that I had doing Evel Knievel, my own Snake River jump, if you will.
Today in 69, Andretti wins the Indy 500, breaking the previous record by nearly 5 minutes.
His only win. The Andretti's family's only win.
Today in 1985, the Edmonton Oilers go back-to-back, pounding the Flyers 8-3 to win in 5. You'll never guess this, but Gretzky had 1-3 in that win. Barry Bonds made his major league debut for the Pirates today in 86. And today in 2003, Finding Nemo premieres. It's 22 years old.
Wow.
Benny Goodman and Gale Sayers would have celebrated birthdays today. Jake the Snake Roberts is 70. Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine and Winona Judd are each 61. Billy Donovan is 60 and Manny Ramirez is 53. What did I miss, David?
Well, a Tokyo-based car company named Jidosha Saizo Kabushiki Keisha took on a new name, Nissan. "91 years ago today, Nissan, the Nissan Motor Company, was established. Okay, apparently Nissan was an abbreviation belonging to, somebody's, basically a small boxy passenger vehicle.
There you have it.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Well, for the good today, we got a sharp 9-year-old in Hamilton, Ontario. He was smart enough to do what he was taught in school, and doing so saved a couple of lives. He came home from school. Dad was still at work. Mom, who was 35 weeks into her pregnancy, was passed out inside the home. He called 911 smartly. Paramedics came. Mom had passed out because of high blood pressure. And fortunately, that call saved not only her life, but that of the baby's, because complications from seizures can cut the oxygen flow to the baby. So the 4th grader learned how to call 911 at school during a lesson, and he took care of Mom. Way to go. For the bad, we go to Miami, where a wild Canadian's in a little bit of trouble. Dylan McDougall of Toronto had been kicked off a flight that was going from Panama to Toronto. He hit a passenger on the flight, forcing the pilot to land in Miami. He got kicked off the flight, but he was not going to get arrested. He was told he would have to book another ticket to get back to Toronto. While making his way to the Air Canada desk, he'd had enough of that and swung at a TSA agent. When they finally were able to subdue him, he popped the TSA agent 3 more times in the mouth. That led to his arrest. Finally, the ugly, we go to Jacksonville, where Jacksonville police are looking for a man who stole a ferret from a pet store by putting the ferret down his shorts and walking out of the store. The incident report describes the man as having a unique long mustache and that he was wearing blue Under Armour cutoff shirt and Navy logo shorts. The report noted that the man fondled the ferret for quite some time before putting the ferret down his pants. That, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, May the 30th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Is that a ferret down your pants, or are you just happy to see me? Is that where we're going there? Okay. All righty then. I'm curious if they didn't. So they didn't see the guy walk out with the ferret? What, they checked video? Did somebody?
Video. Yeah, they got video.
Somebody must. You don't normally check video, do you? Somebody must have ratted him out.
Well, they probably saw him leaving. I don't know, David. There wasn't a lot of extra to that story. Just a man sticking a ferret down his pants.
Which is probably enough to the story. Well, listen, we got no hockey till Wednesday, and we got a basketball game tomorrow, and then we may not have another one till Thursday. We do have, obviously, everybody playing in baseball. Oh, by the way, the Yankees and the Dodgers are getting together in Los Angeles. It's on Apple tonight, if you're interested, if you're going to do that sort of thing. There are other good series. I mean, Twins and Mariners are two playoff teams right now. They're beginning a series in Seattle. Detroit's in Kansas City. That's
right
right
a good
now.
Series right there.
Yep. Winning record, but not in the playoffs, the Royals right now. Because I think they're in fourth in the Central.
Yeah, they're 7 back. I mean, Detroit takes 2 or 3 here. All of a sudden, it starts getting a little more desperate for Kansas City.
I have to admit, my favorite series of the weekend, the White Sox are in Baltimore to play the Orioles. Because we all knew heading into June that the Orioles would be a game and a half ahead of the White Sox.
Unbelievable how badly the Baltimore Orioles have played this year.
It's remarkable. Red Hot Phillies hosting the Brewers, 2 teams with winning records there. Rays continue their 4-game series in Houston, 2 teams with winning records there. Marlins, for what it's worth, are back home to play the Giants. A lot of pressure on the Mets this weekend, Mark. They got 3 at home with the Rockies. I mean, think of all the grief a week ago the Yankees got for losing 1 game to the Rockies, the only game the Rockies have won in like 2 weeks.
Maybe this is the series that Soto needs to get, I don't know, back on tracks, but to get him hot. Maybe it's a little Rocky series that gets Soto hot.
I'll make a prediction. Colorado wins one of the 3 games. The Mets are not swinging the bats. Just going to throw that out there.
The other big thing we've got today and this weekend, the College Softball World Series got started yesterday with a dramatic win by Oklahoma, who's probably going to win the whole damn thing again.
By the way, also had a walk-off in the last game of the night after midnight, UCLA. Controversial game. Oregon scored the tying run in the top of the 7th on an absurd obstruction call. Catcher had the ball 10 feet before the runner got to home plate. They called obstruction and allowed the tying run to score. Fortunately, UCLA had a 2-run walk-off in the bottom of the 7th to win.
But college baseball's tournament gets started today as well. The Gators play at noon against East Carolina. That's on the Deuce. Miami plays Alabama after that. On the Deuce, right? At 3 o'clock. Here, David, I'm going to ask you right now. What time do they get to the Alabama-Miami game, and how far along is it if they actually start that game at 3? Because college baseball games take far longer than 3 hours more times than not.
Okay, they get to the game at 3:41, and there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 2nd. That's when they get to the Miami-Alabama game.
By the way, I tried with people who gamble earlier this week to get them to do the Rockies win 35 games by the end of the season. Remember the beginning of the week, we talked about where the Tigers were with the best record in baseball and where the Rockies were. And will the Rockies, by the end of the season, win as many games as the Tigers had won by Memorial Day. He gambles a lot. He wouldn't touch it. Would not touch. Loved the bet. Wouldn't touch it.
9-47. 106 to go. Think about it. They go 26-80 to get to 35. 26-80, and he still won't take it.
Yeah. What have they done this week since that started? They've lost every game that they've played. They've lost 5 straight again. I mean, it's a disaster. We thought we'd never see anything like what the White Sox did last year. And it's like, I don't feel bad. I feel badly for the fan bases of bad teams. I feel really badly, though. You brought up that Orioles-White Sox. The Orioles thought they turned the corner. Their fan base had been so desperate. They love that team in that town.
And in the middle of them turning the corner, they got a new owner.
Right, which all they ever wanted.
Oh, this is great. He's got to spend more money. They haven't spent a dime. Not on anybody good. Do you see what the WAR is for the 5 free agents the GM signed this offseason? 0.4 total. That's money well spent, huh? At that rate, might as well give $35 million to Corbin Burns. At least he's going to win you a few games.
Miller and Moulton. Have a terrific weekend. We'll see if by Monday we know who Oklahoma City's playing in the finals. Can the Pacers get it done at home? Enjoy your weekend. Miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com or any of the places you download your podcast. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. I've been a customer for over a year and cannot say enough good things about their service and communication. If you're a business owner, you can trust Molly Maid to do an exceptional job. Their expert team delivers tailored cleaning for whatever your needs, ensuring a pristine environment for clients and staff. Visit mollymaid.com/FT-Myers or call 239-418-0052. Molly Maid makes my home shine, and it will make your home or business shine too.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton